Hello again, everyone, from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Group C comes to a conclusion today here at the MODUS Super Series. But last night we saw the beginning of Group B, and we saw some familiar faces, dare we say voices, involved in the action, and this was exactly what happened. Richie Park, in his return to the Super Series, wasn't quite as desired. Finalist last time he was here, but when it came to this occasion, he was winless following his first day's play. As for Andreas Harrison, the Super Swede, well, he picked up 3 victories from his night, didn't he? He was very, very impressive in his displays. As for Scott Mitchell, it was a debut for him in this particular competition as a player in the live lounge. He picked up 1 win, but will feel disappointed because he played some really good stuff over the course of the night. As for Jim McEwen, well, Chucky's chucking was quite proficient, wasn't it? Again, another player who finds himself on 6 points in terms of the Group B table and well in the race for a finals 9th place. But it's Matthew Edgar who is the man that they're trying to prize apart on the second day's action here at the Super Series. Prime time picked up the prime performances. Well, that was what we saw last night. Paul Nicholson, the asset, was in commentary for all of that action. And we have to begin and start by talking about Matthew Edgar, because going into it, we didn't quite know what to expect from him on the big stage. Okay, we saw him win at Iceland at the weekend, but he could be more than pleased with what he put in.
Levels-wise, he probably wants more from himself. We saw a little bit of frustration at some key doubles missed, but ultimately the way he was able to start pretty well and just mosey on at this mid-80s average level and take chances just goes to show what he's able to do even when he's not 100%. He was buzzing after last night, and he's got every right to feel that way, and I think he just can't wait to get started on Friday.
Well, let's have a look at the table then in Group B following the first night's play. It sees Matthew Edgar out on top, but it is a 3-horse race for top place. But Scott Mitchell there in 4th. Okay, he only picked up 1 win from his night, but that was probably unfair when you consider some of the performances he put in.
Yeah, he was 3-1 up in one of the matches and lost 4-3, and he definitely went to bed last night thinking, I've left points in somebody else's pocket. But let's face it, it's very young in the group. It's a truncated group. There are 4 games per player when it comes to Friday night. If Mitchell does not get a good start, he's in big trouble. And I think he can pretty much wipe whatever happens from the first game, because that's going to be somebody getting to 8 points. I think Scott's goal is just to get 3rd.
Well, let's have a look then at the numbers, shall I say, following the first night's play here at the Super Series. So 54 legs played and, well, 26 breaks of throw in that as well.
That's quite a lot. You don't often see half of the legs won around about with, 26 is obviously, just under half of 54, but that's a lot of breaks to throw. And we saw that in yesterday's play in Group C as well. But the thing that stands out there, the checkout rate was down on what we expect from these people, usually around about 34-35%, so a lot of missed doubles, but the overall averages were excellent, touching 89 and change. That's really useful.
And that action is going to resume tonight at 10 p.m. here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and on Sporty Stuff TV. Well, let's talk about Group C now, because that's going to be our focus and attention today. And, well, it sees a man in Justin Smith who is top of the table, but will still feel as if there's more gears to go following his performances yesterday.
I don't even think he got out of second gear. I think flashes of good performances came. 1 good leg here, 1 good leg there. But all of the stuff in between, he's probably thinking, I'm not really sure how I finished on 8 points yesterday, but believe me when I say he's really happy that he's wound up with 4 wins out of 5.
In some weird way, is there anyone that can be happy with their day yesterday?
I don't think so. I think everybody will feel that they left points out there or that they didn't play their best. And there's no excuses when it comes to Friday, because some people have played 4 days now. Day 5 will feel very familiar to them. But even the people who joined us yesterday on Thursday, they have that day in the bank. So no excuses Friday. Let's see what we can do.
Well, let's have a look at the table following the first day's play. We can take a look and see Justin Smith at the top. Colin Osborne, Chris Quantock, both on 6 points respectively. Jamie Durrant, Martin Grierson on 4. And you can't discredit Benito van der Pas on 2 points if he can get off to a quick start today.
Yeah, it's going to have to be quick, and probably quicker than at any point this week. He only had one average over 80 yesterday, and I get the feeling that he can't have any under 80 today if he is going to get the requisite amount of points he needs to get through to the finals. I think the people towards the top will be the favourites. I think Justin Smith will try and take the shackles off today, but I love the battle between Quantock and Osborne potentially for that second spot, and I think that's where the winners are going to come from.
Well, let's have a look and see what the bookmakers make of proceedings today. These are the outright betting. No surprise that the top two are the favourites. They've pretty much gone in group order, haven't they, really?
They have, but I don't think we can discount Chris Quantock. I think there were signs yesterday that if he can find just a little bit more consistency on this 5th day of action for the week, then he could spring a surprise. Osborne will expect to qualify. He's packed for 10 days when he's come to this trip, so he's expecting to be here next week, and he doesn't want to be disappointed by the end of the day. If anybody is the tiniest bit vulnerable, it may be Justin. But let's face it, he's got a start that is imminent, and he could send a message immediately.
Statement right from the get-go. Talking about statements, this is what the asset thinks with his ACCA paying just under 9 to 1 today. These are his selections for the final day's action here in Group C. What's your little thinks and fancies here?
Well, when it comes to playing against Jamie, you know that there were frailties over the last few days, and when Justin Smith plays, he tends to be a bit fiery. So I've gone for the handicap on that one, minus 1.5, and 6 to 5 I thought was a very inviting price for that. When it comes to Van der Pas versus Grierson, match winner Grierson, I just think that he found something towards the end of Thursday's play, and he looked quite relaxed this morning. So looking forward to seeing what he can do. As for Osborne against Durrant, most 180s Osborne, I think 11 to 8 on that one. That is an exceptional price. We hit it yesterday at just over 6 to 1, so we're going an extra third today to see if we can get close to 9 to 1. So good luck, everyone.
He's getting a bit greedy, isn't he, with assets hacker, that is for sure. Well, game one of our day sees the man at the top of the table in action. It is Justin Smith up against Jamie Durrant, and this man is going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe all of the action alongside Glenn Dowen. Good afternoon, Glenn.
Yeah, good afternoon, Henry. Yeah, real good debate, real good chat. I totally agree with most things, apart from the ACCA there. How dare you go against the man in your picture? That man, Jamie Durrant. Having a really good chat with him overnight, and I thought that was an intriguing conversation, and I didn't see an awful lot of players. Maybe Matthew Edgar would be really happy with the way they played yesterday. And for Jamie, he knows that his toughest task, arguably, is his first game, because this guy has got bags and bags of talent. I don't think he realises how good he is, and he needs to sort of put all that together as well. And Jamie, at times, he said he was very disappointed in himself and the way he was reacting when things weren't going his way, because it's not his style.
First. Game on.
He just feels that means an awful lot to him to be there. So I said, you've got to put it all on the line today. I guess the one person you'd only play on the opening game is the guy who's top of the table, and when he wants to fly, he has got gears.
50.
Do you remember something I said to you yesterday, Glenn, about my unlucky colour? They're both wearing it.
140.
Yeah, it's more purple. That one's more purple. It's hard to tell there with Justin.
I haven't seen what Colin Osborne's wearing yet, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's gone a bit purple today as well.
100.
I think he has. It's raining purple. There's a Prince song nearly there, isn't there?
59.
One of my favourite songs, that, ironically. But when it comes to Jamie, yes, I think what you've mentioned over the last couple of days is very appropriate, because as human beings, when we don't succeed to the level that we want, we have these organic reactions, don't we?
97.
But in sport, we almost have to put the bottle cap on and just breathe these situations out and find a way to succeed. I think Jamie, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's in the infancy of his talent, and this is a great learning experience for him.
I mean, success doesn't happen by accident. It's a statement that I use because I was not full of talent.
Jamie required
hard work, but lessons learned was another term that stands. He's going to get a dart at tops. Oh, is he? Oh, is he?
63. Justin, you
It's
require
not what you want to
24.
see early in the day. As
Game
it turns
shot on the
out,
first leg.
Justin Smith does take the first leg in 16 darts, which is excellent for him. But you would hope that Jamie can forget those 2 missed
Second
singles
leg
in
is
the
Jamie
first
to
leg of the
throw
day.
first. Game
And
on.
I think that's a really good point again, Paul, because I don't think Jamie does. I think he sort of thinks back a little bit. I'm surprised he's such an overthinker because, like you said,
42.
he was in his infancy. 4 years ago, he sat in an exhibition watching me, and here he is at the MODUS Super Series now. I don't think he
100.
realises how far he's come, but like many young players, they want the success now, Paul, rather than going home and having a look. What was his strengths? What was his weakness? What could he
96.
do better? What's he going to work on? And like I said, it's 45-year-old I was when I won my first main title.
140.
And he comes from an area of the country where he will constantly learn and have sources of knowledge for as long as he wants to play the game. But Justin Smith, it seems like he's very much in the groove at the start of play today, which, like I mentioned to Henry, it was very hot and cold yesterday, but
Justin,
it was
you
hot
require
enough.
81.
Yeah, I don't think he'll have been delighted when he left here yesterday, but it just shows you the calibre of the player as he looks at double 9.
Game shot in the second leg.
Outstanding start.
Justin
This
Smith.
just a mere 107.36 and a stunning 12 darter.
Third leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
You were, to coin your favourite phrase, waxing lyrical about Justin Smith yesterday, and we both know
60.
how good he can be. I've seen enough of Justin over the last 3 years, whether it was at home darts,
85.
playing in Southampton, playing here in Portsmouth, so he's played in all 3 venues in our project over the last 3 years, and
140.
talent-wise, never ever been in question. Temperament,
Yeah.
still got a few things to learn, and I'm being brutally honest about that because I want him to
60.
succeed. You want these fiery players to succeed. I wonder if he could learn a thing or two from Gerwin
30.
Price about how he approaches the mental side of things. And you never know, extending a phone call or an email to the former world champion might be
100.
something he could learn from.
Yeah, totally and utterly agree with everything you've just said there, and it just feels like it's a bit more business-like for him. I think he walked in today thinking, right, I'm 2 points clear. I fancy my chances
87.
against Jamie, and I just lay the marker down, put 4 points clear. And sometimes it's about timing when you're playing these players in this round-robin type effect. And maybe Jamie's just got Justin at the wrong time.
58.
I'd have to agree. Justin beat him yesterday by 4 legs to 2, averaging just a shade under 81.
136.
This is vastly better than that.
Yeah, he's averaging over a ton. I mean, Jamie's just shy of 90 with this score.
140. Justin, you require 48.
This is a big moment. It could be game almost over.
Game shot in the third
I didn't even
leg.
have a chance
Justin
to finish my
Smith.
sentence. That's how good Justin Smith has been there with that 17 darter. And that's now
Fourth
45
leg is
darts
Jamie to throw
for the first
first.
3
Game
legs
on.
in 5 minutes.
Yeah, 4 minutes 57. I was just about to sort of say that myself. It's
140.
rat-a-tat-tat. But just this time, it just feels like there's a hint of composure, a hint
60.
of business. I think he's here to do the job. I think, like I said, he walked away with 8 points yesterday, but nowhere near his A game. And this is exactly what the doctor ordered.
58.
If you think about what is the ideal scenario here for Justin in round 1 of the fixtures today, obviously a win
45.
and a heavy win would be ideal. But Osborne, who is his closest challenger, he will come next against Martin Grayson.
123.
And imagine if Grayson was to get the win against Osborne, Smith would be inching closer to the finishing line in Group C without even throwing a
100.
dart
Yeah,
in Game 2.
I was thinking if Durrant win the first game, Grayson the second game, my God, we're looking at a really exciting day here. But Justin Smith's doing
60.
exactly what he needs. Oh, just look at that. He's right on the hockey straight away, and that's just a sign for me he's feeling really good about himself.
Over the course
60.
of today,
Jamie
if you're
require
watching this
120.
on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, I want you to just have a look at how much
80.
time Justin Smith spends on the treble 20 instead of switching. Most times, people would switch even before that second dart. I'm not going to neglect the fact that Jamie's missed tops for the 120, which would have been
59.
his best finish
Jamie
of
required 40.
this group, because 103 was his best yesterday.
Game shot and the fourth leg.
That's
Jamie
good, and I'm
Durrant.
just liking what I'm seeing with Jamie in a sense that yesterday he was shaking his head and he was more upset about that than
Fifth
some of
leg
the
is
results he
Justin
got
to throw
yesterday.
first. Game
I think
on.
it'd be a bit disappointing that Justin's come out the traps like this. Sometimes you feel like, how come he's playing well against me? Because when you stand behind someone like that,
120.
he just looks so good.
I just saw a little bit there from the release of Smith that it came out of the hand just a little
74.
bit earlier, and it looked really good. Has he figured something out?
140.
And Durrant is in trouble now. He's going to need big scores, and he's going to need Justin Smith to forget what he's doing.
96.
It's Justin's to lose from here. We're finally seeing the real Justin Smith.
57.
Maybe just when he was coming in today and seeing that he had Jamie first game, I think he planned his journey of getting to that 12, 14
93.
points. When you start feeling comfortable, you start looking at, if I win this game, I'm through. If he loses, he's just going to go about and do his own thing because he is the class act.
136.
This has been a superb performance. And when you consider that I said he was hot and cold
58.
yesterday,
Justin,
this
you
is
require
as hot
48.
as we've seen from him this week. And his average is a good 10 points
Game,
better
shot,
than
and the match,
yesterday.
Justin Smith.
That was 94.38 in winning by 4 legs to 1. And yesterday, his best average was 85.21. So that's game 1 in the books in round 1. And it's 4-1 to Justin Smith.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Justin Smith get out of the blocks and to some tune and to some aplomb, averaging 94.38 en route to a 4-1 success against Jamie Durrant. So he keeps up his impressive form in the group. Next up is Colin Osborne in action. He's one of those players on 6 points. He takes on Martin Grierson, who can make that race for those automatic spots. Really, really interested with a win here. Big game coming up, watched by Glenn and Paul.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, laying the marker down to Justin Smith. He walked into the venue with Colin Osborne today, and I bet the pair of them were thinking if we can just open up with a couple of wins, we could even begin to sort of see daylight. And certainly job done for Justin Smith. I thought it was absolutely superb there. And I think Jamie Durran wasn't sure exactly what hit him, but the highlight for me there was Justin was 4 darts at a double and 4 hit, and that'll hold him in good stead for the rest of the day. As we look at Martin Grayson, I had a little chat with him this morning. Really having some jokes about what me and Paul were talking about yesterday. He's going to stick with double 16 because that's his go-to double. And we had a little giggle about some of the chats, me and Paul, about go for tops, Martin. So he clearly watched the games. He said he felt better as the day go on. But what's interesting, when he's understacking the dart, he said that's when he's playing well.
137.
When the dart's going quite flat, that's when he's feeling a little bit nervous. So he really wants that to do. So that's telling me there that he's still a little nervous. When it begins to dip under, that's when he's beginning to feel
93.
Nice.
He will definitely hope, Glenn, for a better start than yesterday, losing 4-0 in his first game against Jamie. And then after that, lost 4-1 to Chris Quantock.
57.
Took him a while to settle down. But of anybody yesterday, now, I may have to retract something that I said at the top of the show with Henry. He asked me, would anybody be happy with their total
43.
yesterday? I said, no. But when you think about how things materialised through the day, 4 points for Grayson in the end wasn't that bad.
59.
Yeah, it was a pretty disastrous start for him, but he didn't panic. I think he's in good form, you know, getting the feeling from him, just the way he was chatting with me. I think he feels like his game's in a good place. He didn't do a Cam Crabtree,
96.
that's for sure. He didn't come out the traps fly, and it was one of them ones where sometimes you need to acclimatise. But boy, did he get better. And for Colin Osborne, I think it could have been a side of much do. You know, he came out, he opened up with 3 big wins. But when you go away with, you know, your last 2 games are a loss, I think he was scratching his head a little bit. So for Colin Osborne, I feel this is a big, big game.
Just to indicate how
137.
good Martin was against Osborne yesterday. He won by 4 legs to 1 against Colin on Thursday and averaged more than Justin Smith just did
Martin,
in a 4-1 victory against Jamie
132.
Durrant. That is still the best performance in this group in a winning sense statistically, because the best average we've seen was Collins
50.
against Martin yesterday in losing. That was 97.48.
Yeah, it was a great match between him yesterday, late on in the day. And I think that's one that Colin really hurt, because he'd have seen Martin play early doors
59.
thinking, well, that's 2 points I can
Martin, you require
really
82.
attack late on. But at that point, Martin was playing at his best as he looks. I'm not so sure. I'll try and explain why I don't like that, but it's bullseye.
57.
Predominantly, most people on 82 will be looking
Colin,
at the
you
bullseye
require
because you're giving
110.
yourself a really good chance for a dart at tops, even if you hit the 25 there. But the treble 14's a bigger target, he might argue. Can still do it.
Still on. Almost went Simon Whitlock style there, trying to get a
42.
110 finish on the bullseye.
Martin, you require 25.
Remember, this is the finish I've practiced more than any other.
Game shot and the first
When
leg.
they're going
Martin
like that, it's
Grayson.
such a good feeling as well. Colin Osborne was looking away. He wasn't even... He was just hoping that the
Second
referee's
leg
not
is
shouting
Martin to
game
throw
shot.
first. Game on.
This guy's just getting better and better and growing into the MODUS Super Series with every leg that he plays.
Here's an interesting one about doubles yesterday. I know that Martin
44.
finished in 5th position overall. But if you consider how many darts at double he had yesterday, he had the second most. He had 50 darts
60.
at a double yesterday and hit only 12 for the lowest percentage of any player yesterday, 24%. That cannot happen again today. And only one person had more darts at double, and that was
30.
Justin Smith. What does that tell you about the potential of Martin possibly here for Friday?
Well, it would have said that his scoring power is there, but then with them first 2 darts, as you were talking through there, you're in a dreadful position. Not only with a 5, but very low below the bed, so he might look like he's in a good feeling, but them 2 darts were concerning.
Overall average for 5
58.
games yesterday, 81.64. Middle of the road stuff, considering the best we was from Osborne at 86.31. He was 39% in his doubles yesterday.
123.
That's very useful.
Yeah, majority of them were around about the double 8 bed, but if you give him a dart at tops, that's when he's sort of at his most comfortable. And there was times there when he had 1 or 2 darts at that tops, and he doesn't look like missing.
58.
But the scoring power, I know you thought it was a really good price for Colin to get more 180s in your ACCA, but he only hit 1 yesterday, which was the lowest out of the 6. You want to correct that because you're looking for
83.
that combination of big scoring and high percentage on the finishing. I mean, that's the basic operational process of a dart player, and really his scoring power was not there.
And we're talking about a player
100.
who, in previous campaigns here,
Colin, you
has
require
had a
95.
lot of maximums in daily campaigns. We're talking double figures. 74 left. And now he will lay up for tops. And we'll find out
55.
how he is on tops when he comes back.
Yeah, I like that 14 dart there. He didn't panic. He didn't attack that treble too much. He noticed that Martin was in the 200, so you'll always feel confident with 3 in
99.
your hand. But his
Colin, you
favourite
require
double,
40.
it's in your hands now, Colin.
Getting further away and slightly awkward.
20.
Just knocked that second flight a bit too much,
Martin,
but
you
you can
require
see from that camera
112.
angle just how awkward it was.
It looked really inviting on the close-up, but when you see that camera angle behind the players, you can realise why people move across the hockey. That's unlucky.
60.
Second dart was...
Colin, you
already
require
left go of
20.
it, and he thought that's going to be in. Colin really needs this. He needs to start motoring. He's on the back of 2 defeats. This is a big dart early in this contest.
Game shot in the second leg. Colin Osborne.
And my co-commentator Paul Nicholson exhaled with breath there because we realised there that was a big,
Third leg
big
is Colin
dart.
to throw first.
Yeah, that was a
Game
puff of the
on.
cheeks from me because if he misses that, he could well be 2-0 down. Sometimes early in campaigns, you just have to figure it out.
180.
And he gets his first maximum here in leg 3.
That's how darts can change. If he doesn't hit that double 5, he's potentially 2-0 down. He hits the double 5 and then pings a 180 as well. Just
85.
20, 30 seconds can totally change the look of a game.
Colin is actually living up in the northeast at the moment, isn't
100.
he? Or is he still in Derbyshire?
I believe he's still in Derbyshire.
Okay.
He still does a lot of competitions in Middlesbrough, and he's very... And I know he enjoys coming down with his partner as well. He's putting many photos of
57.
Parmo on there. That's wax lyrical, and Parmo mentioned, I think I need a single line now, so if you're listening, Taylor.
You can take the lad out of Middlesbrough, but you can't take the Middlesbrough out of the lad.
45.
Yeah, he's what we call a proper South Banker. He is. He's such a wonderful, wonderful man, Colin Osborne. I've all the time in the world, and I won't even mention you. 25 is needed today, so practice it. 2 darts, a double 8.
Game shot in the third leg.
Exactly what Martin
Colin
Greason did
Osborne.
in the first leg. Absolutely solid. There's just something special about a 2-dart finish.
Fourth leg is Martin
Just
to
telling
throw
your
first.
opponent there
Game
that
on.
I'm feeling good about myself and I want these 2 points. I want these 2 points more than you.
You make a good point, Glenn, about that 25 checkout, because I remember a game I played on the European Tour years ago.
60.
And I took out 4 25 checkouts. Now, admittedly, I missed 4 bullseyes, but that 25 checkout is so important, and you must... And
95.
I know it's somewhat counterproductive of me to say this, but you have to have a favoured route, whether it's 1 double 12, 17 double 4, 9 double 8. I used to know someone really well who
60.
liked 3 double 11. It's not particularly the best way to go mathematically or tactically, but if it works, make it the best it can be.
30.
25 is something you will have a lot.
Yeah, I'll give you 2 quick examples. People sort of said, I used to watch players practice, and Damon Heta and Dimitri Vandenberg would walk into a pro tour, find a board, and first to 20, 25
98.
finishes. 9 double 8, 9 double 8, 17 double 4, whatever they needed to do. So I always found that interesting. But something else, when we talk about mindset, Dimitri Vandenberg came to you one day and said, Glenn, you never miss 25 finish. And at the times then I want a
140.
25 finish, that voice would come into my head and it would fill me with confidence. That's what we mean when we talk about mindset. That's what we talk about when we talk about confidence.
100.
I don't think many times he'd throw a dart at that 60 there and find it. That was a really hard shot. Maybe the switch was the better option. Osborne, can he get to a finish? Just
81.
about.
Yeah, and just to try and answer that, sometimes you just want to hear that sound of 100 rather than 99. It's amazing when you're up there. He knew we could hardly see that treble 20, but you want to hear a three-figure score.
100.
There's another one.
Colin,
Let's find out if
Uruguay,
he gets a look at 83.
155.
If Colin does not take the 155, he'd like to leave this very handy. But he might not need another visit.
84.
It's quite handy, but it probably
Uruguay,
should have been
83.
better. 210s. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong score. He's not. He's looking at that dreaded double 16, and he's found
Game
it.
shot and the fourth leg.
There it is.
Martin Grayson.
He knows what he's doing.
I think that was for me and you, that Paul, at the end there. We had a good little chat about that
Fifth
this
leg,
morning.
it's Colin to throw first. Game
I had
on.
to take a blame here. And I said, stick with double 16. I said, if that's your go-to double, then ignore what me and Paul are saying in comms. I said, because if you suddenly get your fear of your favourite double,
140.
I said, I was the type of person where I'd walk under a set of ladders if I thought it was superstitious. If I didn't like wearing yellow socks, I would wear them. So I said, you go to your double, because the last thing you want to do
41.
is start thinking and getting superstitious about a certain double.
In the words of Jesse Ventura, when it comes to a double that you've missed a lot, payback time. That's the next
180.
you can get your own back. And Osborne has already doubled what he got in 180s yesterday. So things are looking up in that department. And when he's got the darts in this
100.
game as well, Glenn, this is the kind of performance he wants on throw, because he's basically shutting Martin out, isn't he?
Yeah, great point. When I mean, darts is simple. Sometimes we make it complicated, but in the best of 7, if you're thrown first
100.
and you win your legs thrown first, you're going to win the match. Sometimes we all overthink and make the game very, very difficult.
60. Colin, you require 81.
Doesn't necessarily have to go for the 19s here. I've seen a lot of people go 25 in this spot. But he's going aggressive. And he
Game
knows
shot
exactly
on the
what he's
fifth
doing
leg.
with that 12
Colin
darter.
Osborne.
That's a message to Grayson that even if he takes leg 6, he's going to need something
Sixth leg is
really,
Martin
really
to throw
useful
first.
to
Game
break him
on.
in leg 7.
Colin, I think he's on a bit of a free roll in this leg. I've done my job. I've got the darts in the last leg. I'm just going to enjoy this, but I don't want to hear a three-figure score.
59.
Advantage Osborne.
When I used to think about that word free roll, I think it's something that comes from the game craps, isn't it? A free roll of the dice. But my ideal
45.
scenario in my head of a free roll is a big tree in a forest, and a lumberjack comes up and gives you the axe and says, you know what? I'm going to chop this down anyway, but let's see if you can get it with a couple of swings.
57.
Just imagine the joy if you can do it. That's something I learned when I was younger.
45.
If you ever want to get rid of stress, all you need is a wall and a sledgehammer.
It's true.
Nothing more therapeutic than that.
I'm trying to think. I used to work with a girl called Sarah Purvis,
60.
and she gave me a woodcutter as a little badge. And I'm trying to think what the saying was, and I think it was to do with... I'll try and remember it as we come along, but it was something that always held me in good stead as well. Maybe when I was in a difficult time or in a difficult game.
140.
It's something to do about being a good woodcutter. I'll have to try and remember that term, but it's amazing what you're thinking up there. I used to talk to dartboards. I used to talk to myself, and yeah, the last thing you want to be doing is just thinking of the darts, thinking of your
99.
throw. The worst moment I had in darts, Paul, is I played Gerwin Price, and at that stage where Colin is now, I went A, B, C, D. And I thought, oh, what on earth am I doing? I'm just
96.
overthinking a very, very simple game.
Did you ever have anything in your case or on the stage, like a a mascot or anything you would carry with you for inspiration?
Don't laugh. Mensa Sulovic used to move chalk,
99.
so I started. But because Mensa did it, I got some chalk, and when I stood behind where I was playing, I would just move it 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock,
Interesting.
because Mensa did.
That's very strong.
125.
Now,
Martin, you require
127
127.
and game. We got one of these last night. We need another one from Martin if he's going to survive this game. Because Osborne, there it is in the background, that big
55.
come on, said silently,
Colin,
in
you require
respect.
50.
It's now 10 and double top to get to 8 points and the second best leg difference in this group.
Justin Smith did his job. Second
Game,
place, Colin
shot,
Osborne
and the match,
also
Colin
does the job.
Osborne.
And look at the fist bump. That's how much it meant to him. He knows exactly what them 2 points are worth and cements that second place. The big boys have done their job so far, and it's a big, big victory. Next up, the very impressive Chris Quantock against bottom of the table, Benito van der Pas.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Colin Osborne was a 4-2 victor over Martin Grierson, doing so with an 81.14 average and 4 out of 12 when it came to the doubles. Well, next up for us, it's the final 2 players you haven't seen yet so far today. It sees Chris Quantock in action. He takes on Benito van der Pas, and this is being watched in the company of Glenn and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. Last game of round 1, and they have a tough act to follow because when it comes to Chris Quantock, he's in the chasing pack for the top 2 spots, which will qualify for Saturday night. For Van der Pas, he needs to have a perfect day, and he needs an awful lot of help. As for Quanny, yesterday, he averaged 84.81 for the day over his 5 matches, 36% on doubles. It was okay. But we are at the stage of the week where okay may not be good enough.
First leg is Chris to throw first. Game on.
Coming into this game now, he has information about what people above him are doing, and they've both
100.
won, so he must follow suit.
Yeah, I think when he walked in, he's thinking if Justin Smith or Colin could lose their first game or one between them, that gives me a good
94.
chance. So now he's still chasing. Speaking to him, he said he's fairly happy with how the week's gone, but he said really disappointing in his doubles. And if he's going to get through this group, if he's going to do some damage Saturday night, he has to improve his doubling. But scoring-wise, he thinks it's there. It's just been a strange week for Benito van der Pas.
55.
He joined us for the first time this week. You know, Benito's one of the best players in the world 4 years ago. It didn't happen. He lost his professional card.
137.
And what he said to me yesterday, he said, Glenn, I'm a family man now. I've got a 7-month-old child, and things are different. And he said, years ago, if I'd have had a week like the week I've had this week, I'd have been kicking down doors
96.
And really angry.
Chris
But
Jericho,
he's trying to see the positives this week.
That's all he can do. And
99.
the positive aspect of that from Kwani is that he's left tops after 12 and has a lead of over 200 points. This is a strong start. The more I see from these players
78.
today, the more
Chris
I
Jericho,
believe
40.
it's going to be 3 players going for 2 spots. Still tops.
20.
And there is just that little bit of frustration on the outer ring for Chris.
Now 125, 137, 99, and he knows his weakness has
62.
been his darts. Watch out for
Chris
many
Jericho, 20.
bounce outs from Benito. It's been absolutely unbelievable.
Game shot in the first leg.
Much
Chris
better from Chris
Quantock.
Quantock. 1-0 in lightning quick time once again. I think Group C were really spoilt with the pace
Second
of the
leg
games.
is Benito
It's,
to throw first.
rat-a-tat-tat.
Game on.
It's the only rat that I like.
Surely like Roland.
Yeah.
96.
MSS fans.
Didn't think I'd be doing a Roland Rat impression here on Friday afternoon. Just another Friday afternoon with Glenn.
81.
I was Premier League champion once, and now I'm doing Roland Rat impressions.
Welcome to commentary. Now, these guys were actually around
140.
each other at the same time when they were having their best PDC days. And funnily enough, it was development tour
93.
stuff and pro tour stuff for Benito at the same time around the middle part of the last decade. And that was the time where they had their solitary meeting
95.
outside of the MODUS Super Series. And it was won by Van der Pas by 4-0 in a quarter-final.
140. Benito require 170.
And that was a tournament that he won. I just want to give an honourable mention, actually, to the person that he beat in the final that day, a certain Bradley Kirk, who is just down the road in Southampton, who is probably
83.
licking his wounds today as a Southampton fan.
Benito, you require 36.
But if you are out there, Brad, and watching, I hope you're well.
Got a nice 13 darter. I think Benito will be more disappointed than
Chris
anything
Require,
with them darts
104.
because the one positive this week is his doubles. Now, Chris Quantock has not been doing these types of finishes.
64.
And that could have just been
Benito, you
the
require
step up that he's
35.
looking at next because Smith and Osborne will be watching this game with real intent.
And they want a Van der Pas win. So far,
Game
so
shot
good
in the second
for the
leg.
top 2.
Benito van der Pas.
That is a leg that got away for Chris, but ultimately only one dot at a double.
Third leg is Chris to throw
You don't
first.
mind losing
Game
those
on.
legs early in a match as long as you don't do it again.
Yeah, and to be fair, that tops was thrown well by Quantock. I mean, he'll still be feeling
57.
lucky. He's got the darts. Benito's come out the traps very, very slowly in his first games this week. He's shown signs of getting better, but he's
28.
flattered to deceive many times. And just when we begin to speak highly of him, he'll ping a score like that 28 there.
41.
Benito's qualification through this group is extremely unlikely. And if he is to leave us here on Friday afternoon, after 5 days playing in this marvellous venue,
34.
where does he go from here?
I think the 5 days will be absolutely invaluable with him, but it's really important that he assesses it and not just
96.
focus on the weaknesses. It's important to look at your strengths as well. I was trying to say that to Jamie this morning. He's like so down in the dumps, and you know he doesn't know when your next going to be at the MODUS Super Series. He said, you know, try and enjoy it, try and learn. And I think
79.
Benito, maturity is the word I'd say about Benito now. Like you said, because he's this family man, he's not kicking the doors down when he's losing games.
180.
It's a maximum, his first of the day. So it's been a tough 5 days, but sometimes, Paul, you learn more about yourself When the
45.
going gets
Chris
tough.
Jerichois, 127.
17s. For a moment, he fancied it, but he
87.
thought against it. That showed great maturity.
Yeah, and he's the type of player. I'm surprised he didn't go for the bull because I think he just probably didn't even realise what Benito was sat on. He just seems to be in a world of his own when
100.
he's at his best.
Chris
and
Jerichois, 40.
Not a bad trait to have.
Game
Double
shot
ten's
in the
been
third
kind to him
leg.
today.
Chris
It's 2-1
Quantock.
Quantock.
This is a good performance, actually, from Quantock. I know that he missed a dart double in leg 2.
Fourth leg is Benito to throw
For his
first.
first leg
Game on.
loss against Benito in this group. But ultimately, this is a really good performance, averaging over 91. This is above his average from yesterday. And
85.
you do get the feeling that the urgency button is going to be found by the players today. And when that is found, they tend to play a little bit more
140.
urgently and hence better.
Yeah, and let's look at the reasons why Quanny is getting better as well, Paul, as the week goes on. He's not had an awful lot of match practice. He's playing local
77.
league. So 2, 3, 4 days on the spinner playing competitive darts. I think it's bringing the best out of him. He's fit, he's healthy.
100.
He was feeling his wrist a little bit on day 3 where I was beginning to panic, but he hasn't shown any signs of that. Yeah, that wrist injury, which goes back to a long time ago.
Let's say that Quanny
59.
doesn't qualify or doesn't come through week 12. The amount of sharpness he's gained this week. Watch out, local league in Yorkshire next week.
91.
He's going to be very hard to beat.
Sometimes you feel it's a bit of a waste, the fact he's just doing local leagues. There are bags of talent there, and he must keep driving forward. He must
42.
keep believing. It's
Chris
not
Jerichois,
easy.
170.
Being at any sort of tour. And this 170 would be the highlight of the week.
105.
Biggest finish yesterday, 113. Richie Parkin last night got a 127 and a 130 in consecutive legs in a game he lost.
Yeah, he looked pretty
44.
heartbroken last night as I
Chris
left. And
Jerichois, 65.
possible reasons why. I hope he comes back and shows everybody what he's about tonight. It was tough to watch him.
Just go for the simple layup here.
Exactly, Paul.
Big 8, and all is good because Benito is not inside that finishing
25.
zone.
Spot on.
$80.
There's an interesting
Jerichois,
point I'm about
40.
to make after this shot.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Chris
What is
Quantock.
it about left-handers with tops, 10s and 12s? Because if you think
Fifth
about
leg
all
is
of
Chris
the
to throw first. Game
better
on.
left-handers that we've seen over the course of the last generation, Webster, Phillips,
40.
Wade. Let's put Quantock in that for experimental purposes. What do they all have in common? They all like
33.
tops, 12s and 10s. So it must be from a hand-eye coordination perspective that they prefer those routes as opposed to using double 16 and double 18. Quanny is dominating this game now. Average-wise, doubles
81.
attempts, scoring the lot.
And it's the top of the table. Boys have really done the job today. It is really
91.
widening the group. It looks like it's separated into 2 right now. And as Paul alluded to, it looks like 2 from Quantock, Osborne and Smith. And they've all got to play each other.
134.
And this group needed something. I think they were all a little bit flat after yesterday. I think this morning's been really, really good.
100.
And picking 2 from that 3 is not an easy task.
Very much like a lot of the British roads right now. I'm looking forward to the afternoon being a little bit more bumpy
43.
instead of being flat.
Chris Jerichois, 90.
Great shot. Double 18.
Game shot.
That's an
And the match,
exceptional
Chris
performance from
Quantock.
Chris Quantock. One of his best of the week. 94.81. And that is just about, by just over half a point, the best average that we've seen in this group. Chris Quantock dominates Benito van der Pas and takes the third game by 4 legs to 1.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, that is how you can be here each and every single Saturday. Well, before the break, we saw Chris Quantock get the better of Benito van der Pas by 4 legs on. Impressive performance, just under 95 average there for Kwani. Let's have a quick check then of what, after the first round of fixtures, those results do in terms of our league standings. So here's the table on your screen now. Justin Smith still out in front on 10 points, and Colin Osborne and Chris Quantock have now both opened up a 4-point lead on Jamie Durran and Martin Grierson, respectively. Now, Benito van der Pas, defeat for him has possibly realistically ended his chances of making it through. So, next up for us, it is Martin Grierson in action up against Justin Smith, and that's going to be described by Paul Nicholson and Glenn Durrant.
Thank you so much, Henry. There's Justin Smith, top of the table, Justin Smith, who laid a marker down, which was ably followed by Colin Osborne and Chris Quantock. So job done. So he might feel like it's the same scenario as his first game against Jamie Durrant. He can't rest on his laurels, and he has to do a very professional job against Martin Grierson, who's just really showing signs of up in his game. This will make Justin Smith a heavy, heavy favourite in this match, but already I'm just beginning to look at the clashes between the top three, and Game 6 whets the appetite. Colin Osborne against Chris Quantock, but right now it's about the two guys in your picture.
This is a really good position for
First leg, it's
Justin
Martin
Smith
to throw
to be in.
first. Game on.
It's almost as if he's been given his whole cards in poker and he's on the button, because he is getting information before he has to do a job. The information he has now is that
140.
he is 2 points ahead of Osborne and Quantock, and now it's his move. He's got the chips.
85.
How does he use them? If he again promotes himself to first position with an advantage of 4 points, it's Osborne and Quantock who are going to be duking it out for that second spot.
180.
One thing I wouldn't be doing is going all in right now, because he's got total control.
60.
I think the players in the players area will be cheering on this guy right now. Well, certainly off for Osborne and Quantock.
You said to all of our viewers yesterday, Glenn, that when Martin was starting to figure out his game, around game 4, if he wasn't going to qualify, he could be Das Spoiler. I've got a sneaky suspicion that that's going to be the case
45.
now when you look at how he's
Martin
played
require
in
41.
this first leg.
Yeah, for an 11 darter. Wow. Promised us he's going to stay on tops
Game
today.
shot in the
Stay on
first
16s,
leg.
but that's
Martin
tops once
Grierson.
again. And I think he has a magnet in the darter toss, because he's been absolutely superb. But we did giggle
Second leg is
this
Justin to
morning.
throw
I was going to
first.
say he was going to
Game
stay, so I
on.
was looking at the big 9 there for double 16. Have you ever walked to the Occupol where you're going 9 double 16?
97.
And for some bizarre reason, as you stand there, you hit the goal for the 1.
Never. I've always been a double 16 guy. Right now, you get the feeling that Grierson, if he was to shut his eyes, he'd still hit a treble 20. I'm not going to get too far ahead of myself, but
I might get told off for putting averages up
100.
so early, but let's do it. Let them tell me off.
2 180s in the first couple of legs. He's playing at a level, admittedly very early, that we
24.
have not seen so far, so the signs are encouraging. He might, in a funny sort of way, and I've heard this from other people as well, he might think
140.
that if I play well today, I might get an invite back.
Exactly. Absolutely spot on. And that's exactly what I said to Jamie this morning. And exactly what I said to Richie Parkin last night.
137. Justin, you require 164.
I said sulking and moping on their hockey. You're doing yourself no favours. Go and show them
60.
that you're here for a reason.
Martin, you require
Go
160.
and demonstrate all your skills and attributes. So they have to invite you back again. But it's Greason here for 160 because what an opening start this has been.
84. Justin, you require
You actually
104.
think about elite players, doesn't it, Paul, who can average, I mean, some of the darts last night, 110 to 120 averages, but for such a long period of time.
72.
It's a narrow miss, and Grayson,
Martin, you require
he
76.
takes this. His average will come down if it's a 15 darter.
I like them 2 darts.
56.
And that magnet in the tops
Justin, you require 32.
suddenly disappeared. Smith's back in this game. He can execute this double 16.
How does he hit this?
Well, I think
If he had an axe, he wouldn't be able to find this. But he did this yesterday from the right side. It was around about here. He hit this late on.
16.
Look at the angle of that.
Martin, you require 20.
That would have been dart of the week, better than what he did yesterday.
Well, means Martin has to put this double 10 away.
15.
Justin Smith has got away with one.
Justin, you require 16. Game shot
He
in the
has
second leg.
indeed.
Justin
That is
Smith.
very fortunate, to say the least.
And I'm telling you what Justin is thinking right now. He's thinking
Third leg is Martin to throw first.
Group C
Game on.
is maybe mine because even the gods are with me right now because he wasn't in that leg. He had a beautiful dart, a double 16 to 104, and you thought that was the end of it. But Martin's choice of going the tops on the
100.
76 and the 10s and 5s meant Justin Smith come back twice.
I would have
140.
posed the question to Justin this morning. He averaged 80.28 for all of yesterday. His doubles were 29%.
81.
With those stats, if I'd spoken to him first thing on Thursday morning, where would he expect to have been in the table? His last available answer would have been top of the table. But he does have a deal
100.
of resilience that maybe hasn't reared its head fully yet.
90.
But he does have explosiveness
Yeah.
in spades.
Yeah, he's got that A game, hasn't he, which can... Players who have that A game, come a Saturday night, if that clicks...
140.
Let's
Justin,
not
you
forget when
require
he did win a
91.
Saturday here in the last series. He beat Martin Adams in the final. Now 25 leaves 66. That leaves 42. And he's back at 32
59.
if he's given a look.
Martin, you require 80.
Yeah, people aren't going. So he's going to stay straight. And how many times have we said this week? 1 dart at tops.
60.
He needs to find
Justin,
that
you require
magnet.
32.
Here he goes again. It's happening
Incredible.
again.
Incredible.
How about the left side this time?
No score.
He had it covered.
Well, it's a step to the left,
Martin,
and then a
you
step
require
to the
20.
right. He's got his hands on his hips. Martin Greason, this hasn't been his favoured side of the board. This is a big dart in this contest.
10.
Everything is going the way
Justin,
of
you
Justin
require
Smith.
32.
The goalkeeper's been in at the 32 bed so far.
Game
But this
shot on
time,
the third
the
leg.
Welshman hits the back of the
Justin
net.
Smith.
People talk about average. Martin has dominated this match.
Fourth
Absolutely
leg is
dominated.
Justin
The
to throw
averages,
first.
the
Game
power
on.
scoring. But the thing that makes the most, only 1 from 9 on the outer ring for Martin. That will hurt.
41.
I mean, the truth is, Justin hasn't played well, has he, this week? And he's now very confident going on to 12 points.
100.
I always say that statement very cautiously, but we could look each other in the eye right now and say to Justin Smith
140.
in person, you haven't played well this week. But if he's to find what he can do, he can win this
58.
week. And he could do what Matt Clark did earlier in this series and become the second
60.
person to make consecutive Champions Weeks.
You could do with a little bit of Matt Clark in him, just a little bit of comp. I mean, of course, I was never like Justin, who was so free-flowing.
81.
But I'd like to instill a little bit of more steel in, because it's just, look how effortless. It just makes the game look ridiculously easy.
100.
I just think a little bit of tenacity, a little bit of steel, a little bit of composure adds incredible dimensions to his game.
Do you think it is a little bit of patience that he needs?
56.
And I'm not
Justin,
talking about a
you require
lot. I'm just
160.
talking a little bit of patience.
It's as if he's playing like he doesn't care. You know, it's unfair, and I don't
60.
mean it in probably the, because he does care. You know, he's travelled a long way to be here. He's determined to win, but I'd just like to add other aspects to his game because the talent's ridiculous.
Yeah, some players, they actually look
140.
like they don't care when they play.
Justin, you require 100.
Watching Ronnie Baxter for years, he looked like he just didn't give two hoots. I assure you he did.
Yeah, when he has his business head on, I think this guy is the real deal. And look at this.
80.
And that's what I probably
Martin,
mean by
you
the
require
composure.
66.
Just a little bit of,
Out of rhythm and just didn't feel it. But it's one shot at tops. And
Game
it is
shot on the fourth
2-2.
leg.
So
Martin
Justin
Grayson.
Smith's luck does run out there.
nice little fist pump, because I tell you what, I think we were going to get the blame for telling him to go for tops.
Fifth
If that
leg is
one hadn't
Martin to
gone
throw
in.
first.
I think
Game
the comms
on.
box door might have come open after this match.
I will gladly take the blame, considering how many darts he missed at 16s and how many times he hit tops. I don't have the exact statistics at hand, but remembering what
59.
happened yesterday, he was much better at the top of the board than the southwest corner.
60.
What we could have on our hands, if Smith was to lose this game, would be someone on 10 points, then joined by someone on 10
140.
points, and that top three could potentially be putting the brakes on, giving
60.
the others a little bit of a chance towards the middle of today's schedule.
Like we said, it looks like a 3-horse race. The 3 best players right now, but this guy, spoiler roll we talked
135.
about, just seems to be getting better and better. And you'd be thinking, why didn't I start the competition like this? Why didn't I have these feelings? Well, that's what happens when it's all new to
140.
you. Sometimes
Martin, you
take a duck to
require
water.
167.
Sometimes just a little bit tough, but he looks like a totally different man.
97.
Decent. Smith's got problems. It's not just in this game. He does have Colin Osborne to come in game 8, which is in round 3. His final game today is Chris
100.
Quantock.
Martin, you require 70.
Do you think that Justin Smith's invitation to Saturday is already RSVP? Think again. He's still got to
Game
work hard
shot
because
on the
he's now
fifth leg.
3-2 down.
Martin Grayson. Sixth leg is Justin to throw first.
This is a good
Game
performance
on.
from Martin, and it's very similar to what we saw from him when he beat Colin Osborne yesterday in
60.
game number 14. Around that 94 and change average. The doubles aren't as good as that game, but so far, they are good enough.
43. $100.
really like Smith. I think the most improved player since 1 o'clock yesterday is the man in your picture now, and this would be a fine win. And he's got the two biggies out the way in Smith and Osborne. He'll probably feel confident that he can win his final games following this.
140.
And you feel like the game with Quantock could be huge.
The best he can do from here is 12 points. That's an additional 8 points on what he's already
60.
got. With Smith already on 10 and one of Osborne or Quantock about to make 10, it's heavily
100.
unlikely that Martin can qualify, but mathematically it's still possible.
This is where we get the abacus out, but not just yet. Just sitting back and enjoying this. It looks like it's going to go all the way.
Justin, you require 101.
First game today, which is likely going to be a 7-legger.
60.
When they played yesterday, it was 7 legs. And Smith won with the inferior average. He has the inferior average again.
138.
Is this a case of
Justin, you require 41.
the same as Thursday?
He so wanted to hit a 180 there, hence the wry smile for Justin Smith. Been indifferent this double 16 for him. And with Greason sat in 76, the nerves will kick in. What
Game
a
shot on the
dart
sixth
that
leg.
is.
Justin
When I talked
Smith.
about composure, he just stood back, had a little look at the score, and it went in. And that's just the aspect of the
Seventh and
game
final leg is Martin to throw
I'd
first.
like to see from
Game
Justin.
on.
What a final leg this looks like to be.
I want to just paint a little bit of a picture here for everybody tuning in on our YouTube channel.
58.
The leg difference of Quantock, Osborne and Smith is very, very similar. Smith plus 8,
140.
Osborne and Quantock plus 7. They cannot be separated right now. So this leg takes on a huge deal of significance.
43.
Because if Smith loses it, it means that either Osborne or Quantock will go to the top of the table
100.
if Smith loses this game.
Yeah, my analysis on Smith is when he needs to do something, he does. When he needed to come out yesterday, big last legs, he did. When I said he very businesslike, when he played
58.
Jamie Durham first game, he looked like it was very, very important. Now it went to 3-3 there. He just seems to be able to put the afterburners on.
Didn't have to go
57.
60 there, could have gone 18s. 54 would have left 170. Still in a comfortable position though. Grayson just can't get close.
100.
Still advantage, Bearded Dragon, because that's his nickname.
100.
Really solid. 12 darts, 104. I really like this. Makes Martin force him to get at least the 140. And he's going to get that. Will it be more?
140.
Just ran out of
Justin,
size.
you require 104.
That scuppers that. Grayson will now have a look at 102
72.
to finish this job.
A
Martin, you
last
require
dart,
102.
Justin Smith. Over to you, Martin Grayson. How's your look, Justin?
Shot still on. 82. And he went for the 60 for double 11. Smith, like we've mentioned, has had
82.
ups and downs on double 16.
Justin, you
He
require
wants rid of
32.
this immediately with no fuss.
Sliced it to the right a couple of times. This time he moves to the left. A top
Game,
part of the
shot,
bed.
and
What
the match,
a
Justin
fantastic
Smith.
match that was. Thoroughly enjoyed. Martin Grayson will hold his head up high. A tough 7-leg encounter there, but for Justin Smith, he continues to roll on. And the journey to the top continues. Now on 12 points. He's starting to see that finishing line, but a great, great match play contest. And next up, it's Jamie Durrant versus Benito van der Pas.
Welcome back, everyone, to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Justin Smith continued his scintillating form by getting the better of Martin Grierson by 4 legs to 3 in a decider. He is oh so close to finals night now. So, next up for us is Jamie Durrant in action. He takes on Benito van der Pas. A win is of the utmost importance now for Durrant if he's going to keep his hopes of qualification for tomorrow night alive. Watching this one in the commentary box, here's Glenn and Paul.
Some people are hanging on by their fingertips, and one of those players is Jamie Durrant. A loss here to Van der Pas, and it will be a 3-horse race for the top 2 spots. He has 4 matches left. If he can win all 4, he can get to 12 points and possibly nick second spot. But Van der Pas, he's not going to make Saturday night, so 4 games for him, for pride, to see whether he can go out on a high.
First leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the nemesis for this week for Jamie has been Benito. Benito's got the better of Jamie, despite the fact that Jamie did beat Benito 4-2
59
on day 2, but a couple of losses to Benito really hurt him for many reasons. He had the momentum going into day 3, and he identified playing Benito on that Wednesday where he can really kick on. And I don't think Jamie really recovered after that game, and it's getting to a stage now where arguably it's going to be tough to qualify. Now it's
93.
looking like Justin Smith is through to Saturday. Colin Osborne and Quantock will be fighting for that second spot there. And for Jamie, then you start relying on others, other scores, etc.
135.
So hopefully he can just sit back and relax and enjoy his game a little bit more.
And Jamie's going to feel a bit like...
28.
Let me pick a team. Aston Villa in the Premier League, hoping that everything goes their way and maybe they can have some sort of spurt towards the end.
Yeah, they've been absolutely superb.
61.
Getting plenty of matches off Mac Elkin, that's for sure.
That's why I chose Aston Villa, actually. I thought that was quite an apt choice.
60.
It was fairly quiet in here when I was commentating with Matthew Edgar, and Rhys Colley was in the practice room, and Newcastle United were playing against Villa.
59.
I kept all of my opinions to myself until the very end.
Yeah, he wears the Villa colours with pride. He played for England this week, so it was his best feeling he's had in darts.
41.
I'm a big fan of Rhys Colley.
Yeah, big fan as well. I like a bit of chaos. I'm sure we'll see Rhys Colley back here
43.
in the next series, which will start not long from now. It will be a week on Monday. And between now and then, not only have we got the final on Saturday night here for week 12, but we've got the Champions Week next week, and you will definitely want to be part of that. Viewing on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel and live on Sporty Stuff TV.
Jamie
So check
160.
your local listings and stay tuned to the Twitter page for all of the information that you need. Narrow miss at the second treble for Jamie.
125.
And Benito has a chance to break in leg 1.
And incredibly, no bounce outs in this leg for Benito. There's one positive, but it's 2 darts at tops. I think you'll like that marker.
38.
And he'd be frustrated with that.
Jamie require
As
35.
we've said many times, his doubles have been his strength, and for Jamie, this is the area I think he'll go back and work on.
3.
And once again, it's just a replication of
Benito, you
the
require
first
20.
4 days.
Double 10.
Game
Van der
shot on the
Pas
first leg. Benito van der Pas.
does complete the pass.
22 darts needed there for Benito.
Second leg is Benito to throw first. Game on.
And like I said, sometimes we need that dance partner, and for Jamie, just get the feeling he doesn't like playing Benito. There's something, a wall blocking, whatever, something mentally.
60.
But his weakest games has been against Benito, so he has to fight that and break down that barrier.
140.
I'm speaking from a very neutral perspective here, looking at Jamie's throw, and you've studied it a lot more than, say, a lot of other people have. I think the rhythm
46.
aspect of his throw is where he needs to focus. If he can really nut down that metronomic rhythm with this
96.
flowing throw, that's where he's going to find that next level.
Yeah, and I think not thinking about the throw could be the next big thing. He's an overthinker, is Jamie, which surprises me for someone so
32.
inexperienced in the game. He was telling me that point of release there, he's trying to stop his hand for a microsecond, rather be all one tick-tock of emotion.
58.
He's just trying to stop on the point of release, and that just tells me he's thinking about his throw. And I just feel the stage he's at, just let the darts, let the arms go.
140.
Well, if you look at Van der Pas, for example, in a micro sense, something is always moving. There's no stop here.
96.
There's always something happening. Look at the fingers. Little bit of movement here and there. Constantly
58.
moving is not a disadvantage. You don't have to stop.
Hasn't been bad for Mark Selby in the snooker either. I was watching that. He's all over the place as he gets down on a shot.
91.
And like I said, my opinions of throws are, you know, just everyone's different. If John Henderson come to see me, I'd be pulling my hair out.
38.
There's a fallout for Van der Pas.
Jamie, you
Still on
He is last.
Double five.
Game
Showing a
shot
good deal
and
of
the
spirit
second
there
leg.
to take
Jamie
that second leg.
Durrant.
His leg difference as it stands is -4. It's not disastrous.
Third leg is Jamie to throw first.
He is
Game
11
on.
legs behind the people in second and third position. He does look
26.
like he maybe has relaxed too much.
Yeah, I think he's snapping at the throw. I'd like to... I say I've never worked with Jamie. Let me just add that. If he came to me and asked for my
82.
opinion, but I'd be looking for a lot smoother release. And he's sort of snapping now. And I think when he snaps the dart,
59.
and they're the darts that are going low, I think he could just give that little bit of... If I was saying to him, I would be giving him an inch over that treble 20 bed.
59.
Let the dart flow, and just like that, and again. Oh, I didn't feel they were
99.
snappy that time, Paul.
Do my eyes deceive me, or does it look like he's using a piece of equipment that's rather akin to yours? They look quite similar.
Darts-wise?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
98.
No, I don't think it's anything to do. I mean, he's had plenty of my sets of darts, no doubt, but no, they're his own. I think he's getting a set made as well, so whether they're his
59.
custom ones... Like I said, I'm watching from afar. When you said you're like a third party, you know, which is really nice to hear your thoughts there. I haven't worked an awful lot with Jamie.
96.
Of someone being coached is that I don't want to put... He is already an overthinker, Paul. It's not a great attribute to have.
94.
What I would say is clear your mind. You're getting great opportunities to be here. I mean, he loves the fact he's getting this opportunity. I just want him to go away and see the positives from it.
42. Jamie, you require 164.
You get something out of this.
41.
That has not worked out
Benito, you
as
require
intended.
124.
But it may not be the end of the leg. That's a wild one from Benito, which gives
78.
Jamie a chance
Jamie, you require 123.
to hold his throw here in leg 3. 54 and bull left.
91.
I like
Benito,
them
you
darts,
require
but
46.
it's a little too late. Big target with a 6 of the 10. 2 darts at tops. I like that little stop. And this match is a
36.
case of missed doubles already.
Jamie, you require
Both
32.
1 from 5.
Game shot and the third leg.
Jamie corrected me this morning
Durrant.
when I've been saying he's a real tops player. He's not. He's a double 16 player. That's where he likes to be.
Fourth leg is Benito to throw
Very
first.
comfortable.
Game
With
on.
3 darts in his hand there. It's 2-1 to Durrant.
That was a lovely shot, wasn't it? Went in with real purpose. And for people who tend to overthink, because there may be quite a few players, or indeed darts fans out there who think of themselves as overthinkers.
43.
One of the ways that you can study the mind, I don't want to get too much into it because we don't have time for it, but think about certain pieces of
60.
philosophy that allow you to forget about thinking or minimize the amount of thinking that you do. There was a famous one, I think it comes from Japan,
84.
where they say, what is the sound of somebody clapping when you're alone in the forest? Well, there is no sound because nobody can hear it apart from yourself.
100.
And the more you think about that, the more you slow your thoughts down. Like my favorite saying from Bruce Lee, There is a great deal of difference between doing
81.
nothing and standing still. When you think about that for a couple of minutes, it makes a lot of sense.
140.
So many players are now going down the sports psychology route, and like I said, when I threw the winning dart against Danny Noppert, I wasn't thinking about my throw. I could have been doing wheelies up there. It was just all about staring that treble 20 bed out. But there was moments in the Pro Tours where the fear, Paul, from walking from my table to board 12 was palpable. It was scary. I was thinking, what's happened? Why is anxiety taking over now?
81.
Because I was overthinking
Jamie
everything.
Require 104.
An overthinker just looks step by step. And I would say to Jamie, what positives have you got from this week? What can you work on from this
96.
week? The support back home's been great.
129.
Maybe he just wants to get to that desired area. Just maybe too quickly.
Bullseye for Benito. Wasn't comfortable. I like that composure.
84.
Oh.
Did I get that wrong?
Jamie Require 8.
I didn't think I did. Jamie
Game
takes
shot on
full
the fourth
advantage
Jamie
of
Durrant.
whatever happened at the back end of leg 4. I'm not even sure Jamie is aware of what happened.
I don't think Benito is either.
Fifth leg is Jamie to throw first.
Benito,
Game
see
on.
the fact he needed 45 at the end. I mean, or was it one of my attempts at the bull?
I know he's had a couple of wild darts today, but I assure you that was not for the
57.
bullseye.
Yes, they haven't brought the best out of each other, these two. But the 2 points just gives Jamie an outside chance.
You don't get
95.
bonus points for a bigger average. Whether you win with an average of 58 or 108, you still get 2 points if
100.
you register the 4 legs in your box.
I do like it when Jamie scores 100. That's what I'd try to say to him. 100, 100, 101 finish and a game.
139.
I never played against a dart bot. I never played online darts. You know, when I was in Jamie's age practicing 6 hours,
96.
just relentless. 100, 100, 100, 101 finish. Next leg, 100. Winning 15, breaking 12 was my favourite practice routine.
26.
I really do feel for Benito when you consider the heights that he was attaining, making major quarterfinals.
44.
He was within 1 dart of winning a European Tour event in Saarbrücken, and Peter Wright snapped his heart in 2 by taking out, I
51.
think it was 121 on the bullseye when Benito had missed a tournament shot.
Benito's holding his wrist a little bit there, Paul. You spotted something yesterday.
180.
Jamie gets his first 180 of the day.
That is a good time to get a 180, isn't it? Possibly with your last scoring visit of the entire
85.
match.
Jamie Require
Double
24.
12 is a favoured double for Jamie. Centre of the board, double 6. He's swaying them all over. He had
Game,
a little look at
shot,
what Benito
and the match,
needed, but the
Jamie
double 3 was
Durrant.
absolutely plumb. It's been a real nemesis this week to Jamie as Benito, but he'd be absolutely delighted for that 4-1 victory. Gives him an outside chance of still qualifying from the group. And next up, a real big hitter of a game. Second v third, it's Colin Osborne versus Chris Quantock.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Jamie Durrant sealed a 4-1 success against Benito van der Pas. Let's see what that result then does in terms of the league standings, because it's still Justin Smith out in front on 12 points. Big game coming up between Colin Osborne and Chris Quantock in around about 5 minutes' time. That win for Jamie Durrant puts him well in the picture for qualification, puts him on to 6 points. And with them two playing in the next, and McKay one's going to move on to 10, but Jamie would be the next one in amongst that chasing pack. So very interesting times in terms of that league table. Well, all the players this week are looking to seal the final spot into next week's Champions Week and have the opportunity of emulating Raymond Smith and Conan Whitehead by picking up the £20,000 top prize and call themselves the MODUS Super Series champion. 11 players have already sealed their place into that finale. Let's see how they got there. It was back at the beginning of February when John Worsley won his place through to Champions Week. He got the better of Andy Hamilton in the final by 4 legs to 3. It was underground, overground, wombling free in the first week of Series 3. And it was Owen Bates who mastered the Super Series in week 2, getting the better of Leonard Gates in the final. Gates missing darts to win that particular encounter. Yet a Klassen also had survived match starts from Jack Main in week 3 of the qualification process. The Cobra's going to be here first thing on Monday morning, and what a champion he was. Had the highest average of anyone as well in the qualification process. As for Scott Taylor, he was the winner in week 4. He averaged 109.31 in the final against Andy Bolton, who was super impressive throughout the course of that week. Week 5 was Warby's win here at the Super Series. He got the better of Conor Heenahan, the 9 dart man, 4 legs to 3 in that file. Just look at what it meant and the emotion on the face of the man from Wales. As you can see, Conor Heenahan absolutely distraught. Well, it was Superman's success at the Super Series in week 6 as Matt Clark defeated Robert Thornton to claim the £5,000 prize. He's going to be returning, having missed the opportunity in the last leg shootout to win the £20,000 pot last time. Steve West beat Fallon Sherrick in week 7. Simply Steve West was simply the best in that particular week. As you can see, meant a heck of a lot to him as well. Week 8 was Justin Hood's success. Happy Feet danced his way to glory, beating the impressive Jacob Taylor in the final. Did some fantastic stuff that week. Probably one of the best weeks I've actually ever had here at the Super Series in terms of overall standards, stats, finishing. You name it, it was just good. Have a look at that for a bit of emotion. So that was how week 8 panned out. As for week 9, Lucas Venig ended up being the victor of that particular week, nailing that double 12 to get the better of John Henderson by 4 legs to 2. So that was week 9. A fortnight ago, we saw our biggest story of the Super Series so far, because that was the young 16-year-old precocious sensation Luke Littler getting into the winners in closure. He won through, the youngest player to ever qualify for Champions Week here at the MODUS Super Series. And then as far as last week was concerned at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, it was Mike Gillett who had quite the fillet here at the Live Lounge. He won through in a last leg decider against Cam Crabtree, a superb file here in Portsmouth. So that is how the previous 11 players got here. One final space to fill out in terms of this week's action here at the Super Series. Someone tomorrow night is going to be as happy as that man in your picture there, Mike Gillett. And it could very much be one of Colin Osborne or Chris Quantock who do battle it in our 6th game of the afternoon session. Both players in that race for 2nd place. One will move into that position come the end of this game. Who's going to do that? Let's find out in the company of your commentary team, Glenn Durrant and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you very much. And nice to be reminded of just how good this Super Series has been. Some great highlights from the last 11 weeks. And I'm sure we're about to, over the next 24 hours, add a little bit more to that video package. Osborne was part of the video package in the previous one because he won a week. He'd like to do the same. Quantock would like to be a first-time weekly winner, like most of the players from Super Series 3, because only one person has repeated the trick And that is Matt Clark, who took out Robert Thornton, as you've just seen. This is the last game before we will join our friends at Sporty Stuff TV at 3 p.m. local time. And this is a huge game in round 2 to decide who takes second spot behind Justin Smith before we go into the final 3 rounds.
Yeah, that was a great VT.
First leg,
what
it's
Paul
Colin
didn't
to
say
throw
there.
first. Game
Every
on.
person who won. Do you think he's got a chance next week? Do you think he's got a chance next week? And I tell you what, out of the 12 potential, I think we said yes to every single one of them. It's wide open for that £20,000 prize next week.
140.
And I cannot wait.
More often than not,
100.
when someone gets a weekly win, or indeed a series win, it is their biggest check of their career. It wasn't for Raymond Smith.
84.
He took the £20,000, but previously he'd banked £35,000 by making the last 16 of the PDC World Championship.
77.
Yeah, I remember winning the World Masters. That was my first real, I think it was 25,000 or 30,000, something like that. It was just, yeah, it's an unbelievable feeling. It just gives you a platform
59.
as well to then start paying for your way to go to other competitions. That's what they're playing for now. And what's very interesting about this game is, Connie, it's another max.
180.
All week we've talked about we're waiting for Chris to really kick in. And what an opportunity he's got in this game is massive. I think both of them realise that to win this game, they're going to be in a fantastic position to qualify from the group. This is massive.
138. Chris require 144.
He'll stay there. Oh, yes.
120.
Absolutely
Colin, you
nowhere.
require 80.
And that was well thrown. And what Colin must do is stay straight. And there's the bonus of the treble.
Game
This
shot
has
on the
all
first
the
leg.
ingredients
Colin
to be a
Osborne.
fantastic match. Chris Quantock misses double 12. Colin Osborne sees him, raises
Second
him,
leg is Chris to throw
smashes
first.
in that
Game
double
on.
10 for a 1-0 lead.
I've just been looking into Colin's history. Only once
57.
before has he earned over £20,000 for a tournament. And that was the year he won the Championship League of Darts. That was back in 2009. And that was a tournament that if you won a leg, you won £50. So his whole campaign gave him £24,800. And he won the bonus
60.
at the end by beating Phil Taylor in the final, after beating Mervyn King by 6 legs to 1 in the semis.
Did you play in that?
Yeah.
180.
It was great fun. It felt like every morning I was turning up playing Mark Walsh in the first game, and I all seemed to play well in it.
100.
My lasting memory of that entire tournament was playing John Part, and we were 2-2. I looked behind me at the other board, and the other
100.
players had already left because Michael van Gerwen had beaten Steve Beaton in 6.5 minutes. That was best of 11.
Yeah, I watched Michael do that against Adam Hunt one day. Travelled down to Barnsley to watch
100.
Adam.
Chris require
I think we
164.
were in the venue 7 minutes.
That reminds me of my old mate Matty Willis from Northumberland. He went all the way to Stoke to play in the first round of the Gold Cup.
140.
Drew John Walton and was out by 9:39.
Mine was Vincent van der Voort, the British Open. But just to add to it, I'd got a bye. And then
100.
went in the next morning.
Chris,
and
you
a
require
written
24.
pen, V van der Voort.
Game shot on the
This is
second
double
leg.
12 in the
Chris
first leg, but
Quantock.
no mistake in the second. This is a beautiful game.
They are treating this game as a knockout, really.
Third leg is Colin to throw
They're being
first.
treated to a
Game
proper
on.
match. Quantock is starting to show us what he can do. He can knit things together. He's a very dangerous prospect. Osborne will not want to be in third
140.
position in this table. He would go back to Derbyshire in the car feeling very, very bitter.
140.
Information we were getting from the players that this is what Quanny's been doing all week, but in practice, he's just beginning to put it together in the match. And all week we've talked about when is the
45.
moment Chris Quantock is going to come to the fore. Is he timing his run? Absolutely perfect, because look at these darts.
140.
Sensational.
There is a long way to go, but this is a very good start. I've got to give Osborne a lot of credit for the fact that he's not 2-0 down.
140.
And he's in front in this leg, you know. I've got to get it out, but we've been waxing lyrical about Chris Quantock.
91.
That's my new word, that one. I love it. I think I've got the four corners now. This is a quality. This is the game of the week for me so far.
55.
Two great guys.
Chris
Look at
require
the intensity in
130.
that face. Today it just feels like they've all just... As he looks at Bull, he just checks with Colin Osborne, so he has to go with the Bull.
105. Colin, you require
Yeah, the layup there just
121.
wasn't an option. 121. Options. Old school. Right in the middle. And he's looking at double 14.
Oh.
Not quite in
107.
front. He thought for just a second it
required
might
25.
snag that 28 bed, but it doesn't. And double 8
Game
gives
shot
Chris
in the third
Quantock
leg.
the lead.
Chris Quantock.
This is an outstanding game right here. Do not take your eyes off it.
Fourth leg is Chris to
Always
throw
asked the
first.
question, did
Game
anyone
on.
go to bed last night really happy with their performances? And the answer was no. Right now, Justin Smith, Colin Osborne, Chris Quantock will be
63.
very, very proud and very, very happy the way they are playing today. Where were you yesterday, boys?
140.
Some of them were left in the blocks, but now they are firmly going round the bend, waiting for the final straight.
45.
You mustn't worry about that now because you've been absolutely outstanding, Chris. Just look at the angle of them darts going in.
Who was the best bend runner that you saw in track and field? 'Cause I know you're a fan.
There is someone, and all of a sudden, I mean, no one was better than Bull, but let me think.
60.
Of someone. John Regis.
John Regis was a very good 200-metre runner. Has he still got the British record at 19.88?
I think he did, didn't he? Or was it Adam Gamili? I think he might have done something.
135.
Yeah, you might be right, actually.
He's someone you won't remember. 4x4. Rubbishing in the
26.
individuals. Given
Colin,
the
you
baton
require
in the last, it was
91.
called Phil Brown. Unbelievable. Just a totally different runner. Talking about different. These players are totally different to the way they were playing yesterday. Just takes his time. 85 left. Sensible. Sensible.
75.
It's almost like he was going for the wire there. I don't mind if it's double 8 or double 16.
Yes.
57.
Make the target bigger.
Colin, you
So
require
just hit
16.
the middle of the 19 or the 3.
Game
Been there
shot on the
before.
fourth leg. Colin Osborne.
It's 2-2, it's parity, but more importantly, it's a fabulous game.
Just going to
Fifth leg is
divert
Colin
away
to throw
from
first.
this game just for a
Game
minute.
on.
If you could, from your England career, have a 4-man team of the players that you played with, who would that 4-man team be?
What a brilliant question.
I'll give you a second to think about that.
180.
Because Osborne, who has found more maximums today than yesterday,
48.
he's involved in a game right now where the urgency button has not just been pushed, it's been hit with a hammer.
Tony O'Shea, captain.
100.
Myself, Scott Mitchell, and Jamie Hughes.
That's a nice mix.
Mark McGeady, first reserve. Mark
140.
McGeady, leave him a double. Best pairs partner I ever played with, Martin Atkins, Yorkshire. We won everything.
I love how we've got to distinguish between the two Martin Atkins brackets,
95.
Wigan, and brackets Leeds. One's an assassin, one's not.
Yeah, I missed the assassin.
83.
The only person I
Colin,
shared
you
with, one of the
require
biggest,
126.
tallest, never snored.
I don't think anybody has snored louder than... I'm not going to mention the name. I'm just going to leave it out there. There were a few who were like foghorns.
86.
That's for another video package at some point. We'll keep that in reserve. Osborne's been hit almost like he has been hit with a hammer.
60.
A metaphorical
Colin, you
hammer
require
in this
40.
game, but he has withstood everything that Quantock has found.
We are just sitting back and enjoyed what a dart incoming.
20.
Chris Quantock has never
Chris, you
been in this
require
leg of darts.
170.
The only thing missing from this week, the 170, but that is going to continue. Osborne will come back.
60.
Starting to come up dry a little
Colin,
bit is
you require
Quanny.
20.
Osborne has got to cast him out.
Game
Fine
shot in the
shot
fifth leg. Colin
3-2.
Osborne.
They just can't be separated. They both have the same points. They both have the same leg difference in the table. And they can
Sixth leg is
barely be
Christopher
separated in this
first.
match.
Game on.
It's a fair fight. And Justin Smith will be
45.
sitting in the practice room thinking, do you know what? You guys duke it out for as long as you can possibly do it. I'll wait until I play Osborne in game 8.
You could understand after yesterday, Colin will have gone
66.
away. 3 out of 3, losing those last 2, just been a little bit disappointed.
180.
Just when we were thinking Colin Osborne was taking total control of this match, Chris Quantock, it's his 3rd maximum of this enthralling encounter.
59.
Are we going the distance? The darts like this. Stunning darts, Quanny.
180.
Absolutely outstanding. Loving every minute of this match. And rightfully so. Looks like it's going to go down to the wire.
140.
Just gives him an outside chance.
96. Game shot in the sixth leg.
3-3
Chris Quantock.
in an absolute belter here. What a massive leg of darts. Is it the fact that Colin
Seventh and
Osborne
final
is
leg.
thrown
It's Colin
first
to throw first.
going to be the
Game on.
deciding factor? Huge moments. Only 2 can go through from Group C. And right now, these 2 are fighting for that second place, both on 8 points. And with Justin Smith running away with 12. That's a really poor response from Colin Osborne.
140.
Quantock takes control.
$85.
It's advantage Quantock now. He has the darts. And what a first dart that is. In full flow,
100.
he just looks absolutely sublime at time. You have to think, where have you been this week, Quanny? There's darts like this. Or, what do you reply? I am just peaking at the right time.
100. $100.
Steady, steady. Just at the right time. And you feel Colin needs a 2 treble visit. Wasn't ideal from that first time. I don't think he wanted to go down.
45.
Is that the moment?
161.
6 darts for Quanny. He should stay there.
97.
Stayed upstairs there, but 64 after 12 darts. You feel like it's job done for Quanny. He's going to give himself an opportunity. Is Colin going to put any pressure on it?
28.
Not with darts like that.
Pressure requires
Chris
64.
Quantock is now a huge favourite. It's 2 darts at double 8.
56.
No need to panic with Colin on 2-0-3. All about Chris Quantock. He just takes a sip of water and goes through his pre-dart routine. Here comes Osborne.
171.
That is pressure. Pressure of the
Pressure
highest
require
degree.
8.
This double 4 now will have shrunk.
Game.
What
shot.
a dart.
And the match.
What
Chris
a match.
Quantock.
Huge credit to both players there. The match of the week so far. You can see the obvious disappointment there from Colin Osborne. But Chris Quantock, you were absolutely superb. There's the tail of the tape. The match of the week. Next up, it's Benito van der Pas versus Martin Greason.
Well, what an important victory that could end up being for Chris Contock in the context of the group, moving him on to 10 points in that group and putting a 2-point buffer between himself and Colin Osborne there. What a big leg that could end up being in the context of things. We'll round that up in a little bit more context after 3 o'clock, but we've got a little bit of a break between now and joining our friends on Sporty Stuff TV in a few minutes' time. And last night, Glenn Durham caught up with Matt Eggerfor making his debut on the stage here at the Live Lounge in Port, so having a little bit of an in-depth chat with each other. So we're going to play you that between now and 3 p.m. when me and Paul Nicholson will join you on the other side to talk about all the Group C action.
Matthew, who would have thought we'd both be sat here in Portsmouth, you preparing for the MODUS Super Series today, fresh from your Iceland Masters win, and I think everybody here has expected my questions to be a joke between us, but it's going to be the total opposite because I really want to get the public to know you like I know you. But first of all, you're here in the capacity as a player. Just give us a little bit about your form, your assessment, your expectations.
Form? There isn't one really. I've played one tournament, or 2 tournaments now, which was over in Iceland, which happened since August, and that was tough going. It was tough work. I text a friend and someone who works as an agent for me at 11:30 in the morning, and the text said, "I'm finished." And underneath that, I sent another one and I says, "I can't even feel the dart in my hand," which is to do with the issue I've been facing with the injuries that have seen me out since August. Now, heartbreaking to text that message out, and I believed it. I actually believed it. And for me, it was got a couple of obligations that I've signed up to as part of trying to see where I am, see how this treatment's working. But as far as I was concerned, it wasn't going to work for me. And well, it was near tears, to be honest with you. I'm sort of getting a bit welled up even now just speaking about it, because I've played darts my whole life. And to some people, they'll say it's just a game, but it's not just a game. It's been a lifestyle. It's been what I've sacrificed my life for. I've missed a big portion of my children growing up in order to travel around to play this game. But right now, off the back of that Iceland Masters win, one thing I felt is a bit of responsibility. I can't quit, because the level of support I got from people off the back of that, the text messages, the amount of people that contacted me to reach out and say how happy they was for me, or watched me do that and was watching me either on Darts Connect or the stream. I also feel now there's an element of responsibility to do whatever I can to do my absolute best to reward that support, even if it is just maybe having one World Championship appearance.
Yeah, how can I go into something fun? I think that was the expectation when people thought I was going to be interviewing you today. A couple of things that you said there sort of resonated with me. You know, I was at the top of the world and all of a sudden, you know, I'm finished now. Can you just tell me a little bit more about that text? You know, was it genuine? Did you think this really is it? And what a difference 24 hours can make.
100%. I thought that was it. I even said to my partner who was there at the time that let's just go. You know, we've done the group stage. Let's just leave it. We won't bother with the knockout stage, because I genuinely didn't think I could possibly win the whole event. And it just shows you like what time difference makes. You mentioned there about like we're sat here now having this conversation at the most. It wasn't many sleeps ago. This would have been a Pro Tour match. And you was the Premier League champion, and I was qualifying for the World Championships, and I was in the top 64 in the world, and everything was looking. And it just shows like how time can change so quick, and appreciate what you've got.
Yeah, but don't forget, Matthew, you told me, Glenn, there's gold at the end of the rainbow. It's not all about playing darts. And I don't know if you remember that conversation that you said to me, and it's something that I did cling to. And I honestly sit here now happier than I was when I was the Premier League champion. So many doors have been opened, so many things have been doing. And, you know, just sort of them words that you gave me that time, because everyone thought that we hated each other. And then to sort of work with you and get to know you a little bit. When you said, you know, when you'd done that interview, and when you were talking there, I could feel the emotion in your voice. It does take us back to tonight, though, the MODUS Super Series. It is business. You know, you're here. Group B must feel good, the fact it's only best of 5 games, and, you know, it's sort of the ideal group. If you'd have been in Group A, Group B, Group C, it could have been a little bit tough on the body.
I couldn't have done it. It had to be Group B, and that's what I mentioned when we agreed to come into the Super Series. It has to be Group B, because the other thing is, if this starts going wrong, which I genuinely feel like it could go brilliant, but the fact that I don't know is a unique thing. Now, before I'd go on to any stage in the world, and granted, I wasn't a champion, but I felt I could win it. Whether I did or I didn't, I believed I could. I sit here today and I don't know if I'm that guy.
That's really interesting, because I was the opposite. I was travelling the last 18 months knowing I was going to lose. So it is really interesting to see. And we're all keen to see how you do today. I'm sure, your game with Scott Mitchell's been highlighted as the battle of the commentators. But, while I've got you for a few minutes, I want people to get to know the real Matthew Ed, because, the guy seems brash. The guy seems confident with Edgar TV. The guy seems really funny. But when you meet you, you're actually quietly spoken and, dare I say, a little shy. Can you just take me back to Edgar TV? Because how did it start, and where do you see it going? I know you're working with Modus on some of the exhibitions, and if you can just try and get a little flavour out to the people who are watching now, a little bit about you.
There's a couple of different stories to how it started. The real one, though, is I was about to play Michael Van Gerwen in the Players' Championship finals on stage on broadcasted TV, and I had a couple of mates round, and we was playing a bit of silly games and having a few drinks, a few beveraginos, and we ended up recording myself, interviewing myself about the Michael Van Gerwen game, and for whatever reason, I stuck it on YouTube. And I woke up the next morning, I thought, what have I done? And I looked on it, it had like 6,000 views, and it's been picked up by different darts news sites and things, and they're all sharing it, and everyone was loving it. And I thought, I'll leave it up. And I went down there. Michael came up to me himself and he shook my hand and he says, you've got to keep doing that. That was brilliant. It wasn't exactly those words. I can't repeat the exact words he said, but it was along those lines. And then I was like, okay, I'll go down the alley pally because I've qualified for the World Championship. I'll turn up early and make a bit of a joke video. One of your favourite Edgar TV episodes. And off the back of that, I really found a passion for it. I like learning new skills. And I was learning how to edit videos. I was learning how to put them together. I was learning how to sort of make it interactive and engaging. And now it's something, like I say, I couldn't live without. And it gives me what I feel, a sense of responsibility now to put everything I can in so I can show people that it's always worth fighting.
Yeah, so listen, just finally, I just want to, sort of people just to wish it all the best from me. Like I said, I think the expectation tonight is I'm going to be on comms, but I'm going to be treating this like the real ultimate professional that I want to be and aspire to be as a commentator. And I just wanted to sort of people to see the real you. I think it's difficult. I think even when I speak to people, I said, you bet you hate him, Glenn. I bet you all this, that and the other. But I genuinely wish you all the very best for tonight. Go out and enjoy it. Like I said, it's a game of darts in the end, and play with a smile on your face, and all the very, very best.
Cheers, Glenn. Thank you.
Hello everyone from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, and a very warm welcome to viewers joining us here on Sporty Stuff TV for the continuation of the MODUS Super Series. We're midway through our Group C action here on Friday in Portsmouth, and the asset Paul Nicholson has been watching all the action down in the commentary box alongside Glenn Durham. Let's have a look and see what has happened so far today, because we've seen 6 matches on our 15-game bill for the afternoon session. And it's fair to say, first things first, Justin Smith is edging ever so closer towards qualification.
Still not playing his best darts either. He's playing marginally better than yesterday, but he's just picking off wins like they're crumbs for a pigeon. It's just really, really good stuff from Justin. And the fact that he's keeping his best in reserve is a bit of a bad sign for everybody else.
Is it becoming a bit ominous now?
Maybe a little bit. But I think the match that we saw before the 3 p.m. break between Osborne and Quantock, it just goes to show the feeding frenzy behind him. So he's got to be wary that if he takes his foot off the pedal a little bit, he could get bitten a bit.
Yeah, big game coming up before we went live view here on Sporty Stuff TV. Chris Quantock was in action against Colin Osborne. Both players began that game on 8 points. It went down to a last leg decider. It was Chris Quantock who ran it in the end, and it means it's he who is in pole position for that second spot.
For now. We've got 3 rounds to go, still a lot of permutations, but Chris will be very happy with the performance as well as the result. I know Colin will be frustrated at the fact that he's now in 3rd position, but he's got to attack 3 more times, and he'll probably feel he'll have to win all 3 games.
Well, this is how the table looks then. This is after 7 games that each and every single one of our players. Justin Smith, as we say, out in front from Chris Quantock in 2nd. Colin Osborne in 3rd. Jamie Dummett still in with a chance, but you sense he's going to have to win every game and have a bit of favours elsewhere. Yeah,
very much so. He's in the Aston Villa position, as I mentioned in commentary with Glenn. He does need to win the rest of the games, and he needs to win them by a distance. As you can see from that graphic, his leg difference is at -1, and everybody else above him very healthy, so that must change and change quickly.
Yeah, the Aston Villa type player needs a bit of luck to get through to tomorrow evening, that is for sure. Benito van der Pas is in action up next. He takes on Martin Grierson. Martin looks as if he's settled more on the stage today, hasn't he?
Looked great today. I think he's really enjoyed it as well. I think the experience of yesterday has been invaluable for him to get onto that stage today and just enjoy it. He's not going to qualify, and that's not exactly the worst thing that could happen to you on your first experience here. I get the feeling, though, that he's trying to put in an audition to try and get an invite back, and I think if he did get a second invite, he would play a lot better and we'd see a lot more from him.
And just quickly for Benito, try and get a couple of wins, make sure the week don't end on a whimper.
Absolutely. I think just go out there and be creative, have fun, show us a little bit of what you can still do.
9 more matches to go here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for the afternoon session. This man here is going to describe all of the action in the company of the 3-time Lakeside champ, Glenn Down. Hello again, Glenn.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. And good afternoon to all our Sporty Stuff viewers. And what an absolute belter of a match we've just sort of completed with Colin Osborne against Chris Quantock. It was absolutely outstanding. It went down to the wire and had so much importance because whoever won that game was going to secure 2nd place at this point after 2 rounds of games. And just to recap, Justin Smith continues to drive forward. He's not playing at his best, which is probably a real testament to the quality of Justin Smith. He's a real top player, but the best is still to come. And Chris Quantock, you just feel, is coming to the final furlong and then really putting the afterburners on. For Colin Osborne, it looked like a tough loss for him. And you could see as he shook hands there, but he'll still dig in, he'll keep fighting, and he's got a huge game coming up against the top of the table, Justin Smith. And for the other 3, Jamie Durrant, Martin Grierson in your picture, and Benito throwing now.
59.
It's a case of what might have been, but this guy has just got better and better. He started very, very slowly in the group. Didn't really acclimatise to the whole aspect of the MODUS Super Series, but really kicked in yesterday. And he's been a bit of a joy to win, to watch today, despite not getting all the exact results he wanted. But I think so far so good, and he'll see the real positives for Benito van der Pas, one of the real top players in the world 4 or 5 years ago, had the world at his feet. And just things didn't go right in dart. He has other avenues in life, a young family now, and he's hoping to get back to where he once was. And I'm sure with a week of playing here, he'll see the positives in there also. But the play yesterday, a very tight encounter that went the full 7 legs. And it's a real pick-em this game, Paul.
It really is. I think Grierson will start as favourite. But this was a period
54.
yesterday where 4 matches went all the way. And we've just seen exactly the same from Quantock and Osborne. And we did see
91.
Grierson go all the way with Justin Smith, but ultimately losing that match with one of his better performances of the 7 games he's played so far.
Yeah, you feel the next game whets the appetite, and it's a must-win now for Colin Osborne against Justin Smith. There's still plenty of questions to be asked.
63.
I'm sure there'll be more moves, twists and turns in this group. But right now, it feels like a bottom-of-the-table clash. It's more about pride more than anything between 85. These two right now.
Martin Uruguay, 170.
Professional. May the best man win.
Good switch. Intelligent.
96.
He drags that one low. He has that tendency
112.
And that dart's going to have to disappear from his arsenal if he is going to find that next step. 418s for tops. Just about gets the fourth one.
72.
Sails over the top.
Martin,
you
require
very
74.
tall Benito van der Pas from the Netherlands, who has to watch on as Martin goes for double 16. And
Game
this
shot
time,
on the first leg.
he's a bit
Martin
more
Grierson.
likely on that double. Did you know, Glenn, that the Netherlands is the tallest country in
Second
the
leg
world?
is Martin to throw first.
Yes, I did
Game
know
on.
that one. I probably didn't know it 12 months ago. And then I stood next to Barney, Michael, Vincent, Roland Shelton, and Jan Verhaas, the snooker referee as well. It's a photo that
93.
means an awful lot to me. I was definitely playing my best darts at that point. It was a wonderful exhibition in front of 4,500 screaming Dutchies. But yeah, I looked absolutely tiny on there.
61.
I wonder why that is.
I think they eat the greens.
Fabulous.
180.
It doesn't get any better than that. And Grierson is going to be merciless in this game. He'd love to get another win over Benito. And I think
45.
on his mind right now is a win better than 4-3. I think if he was to finish fourth in this group, he'd see that as a win.
43.
It'll get to a stage where I think, if only I'd have come out the traps a little bit better yesterday, but I think he's done enough to be really, really proud of himself. It could have been an absolute disaster. That
27.
first game yesterday against Jamie Durrant, I think we were both scratching our heads a little bit and thinking this could be a long 2 days. Being the opposite, he's just got better and better, and he's beginning to play that spoiler role.
105.
Plays Chris Quantock later on today, and you know, who knows what he can do in the effect of this league table.
I get the feeling that maybe Martin can do a favour for Colin Osborne,
125.
but he's got to do himself
Martin,
a favour
require
first
80.
when he plays Justin Smith in Game 8. When they played yesterday, it was Osborne who won that. He'd love to do the double. Speaking of doubles, it's double 5.
Game shot
And it
in
is
the
a 2-0
second leg.
lead
Martin
for Grierson.
Grierson.
I even said lead like Greer. The lead. It's catching.
Third leg, it's Benito to throw first. Game on.
Ever been to Salisbury?
Well, I was asking you, do you know, there's times you've done exhibitions, county games, and you think, I don't even know what county I'm in, what area I'm in, so I'll say possibly.
I've driven past it quite a few times on my way
125.
to the southwest of the country. I hear it's got a really nice cathedral.
60.
But then again, I read that in the news based on something else that happened in Salisbury, so maybe we shouldn't talk about that. Beautiful part of the world, though. When you go towards Western Hampshire and into Wiltshire and
63.
Dorset, it's beautiful England.
Yes, I was talking to Scotty Dog Mitchell yesterday. I was so proud. In fact, he got to a stage when he started talking about Dorset. I thought he was getting a little bit
100.
emotional about it. He's so proud of his county, and he wears that badge with pride on his lapel.
46.
Are there any counties in England that you haven't been to?
Well, I mean, Cleveland were always in the bottom division, Division 4, but then we went through 3 or 4 years where we went from Division 4 just shy of the Premiership. So
140.
I did come across pretty much all the, you know, the Pembrokeshires, the Isle of Wights in Division 4, but we were always going to struggle against the real
58.
big teams. And then I joined Yorkshire. I wanted to play in the Premiership, so possibly I've played the majority of counties, but, you know, representing Cleveland 100 times was a big moment for me.
139.
I can say hand on heart, actually, because I did a quiz recently about the counties around England. I had to name them all. I got most of them. I forgot about Shropshire.
59.
Sorry, Shropshire.
Martin, you require
But
62.
I've actually been to all of them. Treble 10 leaves double 16. And
Game
this time
shot
he
on
gets
the
it with the
third leg.
first dart.
Martin Grierson.
Van der Pas is being swept aside. And that's now 2 breaks of throw. Grierson looking
Fourth
for
leg, it's
a
Martin
bagel
to throw
win
first.
to make
Game
Benito
on.
feel even worse.
I went 23 wins on the spin for Cleveland and went to Shropshire at home and got walloped. It was off of two brothers. I don't think it's
16.
Daniel Ayres, but it was Daniel something or something like that. If anyone's watching it, and correct me who that name was, but he was marvellous that day. So Shropshire
60.
was not a county I want to hear from you, Paul.
That's a county that was represented by Dave Pallett when he made his debut for England, if I remember correctly. Fine player, Dave.
100.
Yeah, I think I made my debut with Dave that same year. That was the one in Wales.
We were talking yesterday
43.
about Van der Pas and the fact that he's won big honours in a Dutch shirt. I just wonder what lies ahead for him. I may have mentioned that already, but I'm curious.
100.
Be nice to hear from him this time, Paul, rather than our thoughts of. But what I will say, not once has he sulked. My understanding, speaking to the guys in the players' area, is 4 years ago he'd have been absolutely
58.
devastated. He'd be fuming, there'd be holes in walls. He was one of them types of players when he lost the game. But I think he's a little philosophical about it now, if I can say that. And he's just sort of seeing the positives.
137.
I think he just knows where his game is right now. And like I said, it doesn't come easy. He has to be putting the hours into practice and get back where he wants to be. It's whether or not he's got the motivation
80.
to do that. And some sharper
Martin,
points after
require
watching this week.
104.
This has been comprehensive, Paul.
Yeah, 60% on doubles, 96 average. I get the feeling that everything we heard about Grayson on Thursday morning was true, because we're starting to see the real player.
Yes, we doubted them thoughts when we saw his first two games, but right now
64.
he looks the real form man.
That was a really interesting third dart, wasn't it? A somewhat neglected route to leave tops using that treble 12 bed.
58.
Very intelligent.
Martin, you
40
require
points.
40.
Separate him from 4-0.
Hasn't been great on double 10.
35.
The triple split. And no, that's not a jump in ice skating. That is a situation in darts that everybody hates.
I remember the triple Salco, but not the triple split.
81. Martin, you require 5.
How about a double 2?
Madhouse.
3.
And really just
Benito
spoiled what has
require
been a very
121.
comprehensive match for Martin Grayson. He'll be a little frustrated. And what will hurt is if double 14 goes in. From
Game shot on the fourth
absolutely
leg.
nowhere.
Benito van der Pas.
Why do we love the game of darts? For that exact reason and that leg, because Martin was already singing and dancing
leg
for
is
a
Martin
4-0
to
whitewash
throw
win,
first.
and from
Game
absolute
on.
nowhere,
Sorry.
that 1-2-1 makes the match continue.
Benito
He's all
to
over
throw
the place,
first.
Martin. He
Game
wants to
on.
throw the darts now.
Yeah, he's been left really dizzy by that shot. That was a great hit from Benito. I know he's been erratic the last few days, but every now and again, we just get a little bit of evidence
45.
as to what he can potentially do. And I'll be fascinated to see what Martin can do after being hit hard by that 1-2-1 shot.
Yeah, there's some players, Paul, you
99.
can read, can't you? I think Martin's keeps his emotions to himself, and like I said, we've said this many times, a great attribute to have. I think we're seeing one of the best in the world with Andreas Harrison with that,
39.
because he just absolutely, whether he's 3-0 down or 3-0 up, he's been an absolute credit to himself, and I think Martin's got a real strength there.
100.
And what do I mean by that? What it means is that you're not bringing negativity into your throw. You're not bringing negativity into your next start, the head shake and the arms flailing.
97.
Some people need that adrenaline going through the body, hence the reason why they're quite animated. I mean, no better than the best player in the world right now in Gerwyn Price. But my advice is keep it internally. Internal
58.
motivation.
Grayson's got a nice lead again on the Van der Pas throw. Can he finish the job this time?
140.
But the worrying thing is, for Martin, Van der Pas seems to be finding a little bit more than he did earlier in the match.
I thought you were going to say what I sort of identified. The darts are just going in better.
58.
If they're not just going in and dangling. They're going in with a bit of purpose.
46.
In every likelihood, he's got 6 darts from 186. But then again, he's already missed 5 match darts. He had 6 darts from 40 and couldn't convert it.
145.
That's what you call a
Benito
setup.
require 134.
Advantage Grayson.
Tops didn't work. 10s didn't work. 5s, 2s and 1s didn't work.
Martin, you require 41.
So how about double top again?
Game,
I didn't think I was going to be saying
and
that.
the match,
I thought he was going to go for
Grayson.
double 16. But maybe he took our advice eventually, and he does get a 4-1 victory. That is a really good performance from Martin. His average came down by about 8 points, but ultimately he does get the win by 4 legs to 1.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Martin Grierson sealed a 4-1 success against Benito van der Pas. And our first game for you viewers joining us on Sporty Stuff TV. Grierson, who really is settling to the stage here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on his second day's worth of action. Doing so there with an 88.34 average, but it should be stressed for the most part. It was in and around the 93, 94 range. 4 out of 11 as well when it came to the finishing for Grierson. Gets him over the line against Big Ben. Well, coming up next, this is a game of huge significance. Justin Smith can pretty much rubber stamp his place through to tomorrow night's finals if he can get a victory against Colin Osborne, who has been a leg of getting the better of Chris Quantock and moving him on to 10 points. He's now chasing in that second position of the group, which will qualify him for tomorrow night's final. So this is a big game with big consequences for differentiating reasons. And here's Paul and Glenn on the call.
You're not wrong, Henry. This is a big game for Colin Osborne, but also for his opponent. He wants a bit of breathing space going into the final 2 rounds of play. A win against Aussie in revenge for yesterday would be very welcomed indeed. But I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and say that yesterday's meeting was a classic, because it wasn't. In fact, it was one of the worst games of the day. But Justin still found 8 points on Thursday, and he's undefeated today as well. 2 points for Osborne would be invaluable. However, he would still need a favour from Jamie Durrant.
First leg is Justin to throw
Just
first.
went into the players area there, and I must admit, Justin looked so relaxed. Whereas Colin looked really businesslike in a sense that I know
30.
I have to win this next match. I think that's how he feels, where I think Justin, part of me thought he's got the job done already, and that's a very dangerous attitude to have right now. I may be wrong.
81.
Be interesting to see how this goes, because it wasn't a good game to watch between these two heavyweights yesterday.
Let's face
60.
it, Newcastle thought they had the league sewn up in the mid-90s. They didn't. Arsenal thought that they were getting close to winning the league this year.
45.
They aren't. At the minute. ... Until we tell you that you are in
45.
Saturday night, you keep gunning.
Colin's just come off an absolute drama of a game against Chris Quantock, and this one is going the way that it went yesterday between the
95.
two of them. Have started so slowly. But for Colin Osborne, 2 points are an absolute must.
do wonder which
140.
Justin Smith is going to turn up in this game. Points today, we've seen the great from him against Jamie Durrant in game 1. Then after that,
41.
the somewhat scruffy version of Justin, but still winning against Martin Grayson by 4 legs to 3.
100.
And that was back in game number 4. He's getting this nice split of play, nice break, play again, bit of a break. His schedule will
45.
compact a little bit more towards the end, but he's hoping that he's
126.
all right by then.
Yeah, he's aesthetically pleasing on the eye, that throw. It's very stylish, very easy. He makes the game look ridiculously
83.
easy. Colin's had to work really right at the top of the world, was Colin. And when your throw goes a little bit, you've got to work so hard. And he told me it's 4 or 5 years to a throw he's really happy and to be really competitive.
162.
Again, and, fair play to the
Justin, you require
stamina.
43.
But right now, it's 2 darts, a double 16 for Smith. Big moments already very early in this match.
27.
World-class
32.
pressure from the Wizard. 162 to leave double 16. Bit of a distraction. And this is where your composure is tested in more ways than one. And there it is. Just a little bit of calisthenics. A little bit of a reset. And now that everything is to his liking, it is double 16 for a first leg break.
That is experience.
Game shot in the first leg. Colin
Why that dart
Osborne.
went, and he didn't panic. He could have got on his mind. He could have been on it. If I miss here, I'm going to play him, whatever that noise was at the back. And again, that's the problem when you're in a building so quiet. One noise, the knock of a door, a bit of wind or
Second
anything.
leg, it's Colin to
can
throw
maximise
first.
your thoughts.
Game on.
Whatever it is, he's got to get back to business because he's 1-0 up. He's taking the advantage with a breaker throw.
Now he has to use it.
I think we witnessed Scott Mitchell last night also affected
134.
by the noise. I remember playing a World Masters final in front of 50 people against Adam Smith Neal, and you could hear the clinking of a glass from the barmaids.
100.
Give me 12,000 people in Dublin any day of the week.
I think most dart players would say the same. They'd rather have that white noise atmosphere
136.
as opposed to something quite library-like.
One of my favourite crowds was Blackpool because
60.
they were knowledgeable. It was more that you could feel the tension in the air. It was just the best week of my darting life. PDC life.
Do you know what, Glenn? That's where you and I differ, because me and Blackpool,
60.
chalk and cheese, didn't like it even when I won there. Just wasn't my favourite. I like playing in
60.
Dublin. I loved playing at the City West, and I loved double start. That was my kind of thing.
Yeah, I lost to Chizzy in the semis in a year where I thought if I was going to win a major in the PDC, I thought
90.
the double in, double off, because that's what we grew up in the North East. It was a real cutthroat 401. Looks like we're seeing the Justin Smith he doesn't like. I just felt when I went to see him in the room there, he
63. Colin, you require 81.
maybe took this game for granted.
Osborne's got to dip into his bag of tricks and just do a job. That looks pretty good to me. 2 4s for 2-0.
Yeah, we've seen this treble 18 route a few times today on 62.
Game shot in the second leg.
That's the reason why,
Colin
because double
Osborne.
4's a lovely dart, a lovely area of the board for us dart players. It certainly was for Colin Osborne there. He's been good today,
Third
Colin
leg is
Osborne.
Justin to
You
throw
can see the
first.
obvious disappointment in that
on.
loss to Chris Quantock, but I thought he was excellent throughout that match.
It's a funny old game, isn't it? Because you win with an 81 in your first game, and then you lose with a 95.
45.
He was frustrated at the end of that match, and he's got every right to feel that way. Don't let anybody tell you, if you're a dart player out there watching this, that you're not allowed to be frustrated. You are. It's just how you use that frustration and how you move on. That's what defines you.
45.
And just to give you some sort of indication about that, there's a development tour weekend just starting
46.
this weekend. And the winner today was Wessel Nyman. I'm going to leave it at that.
And Nathan Gervin, I think he reached the final, didn't he, Nathan?
He did. Nathan's played some
100.
great darts here in this series, and he lost in the final, so some good ranking points for the young Scot.
Luke Little had another good run. A lot of MODUS Super Series players in that development tour as well.
180.
From the sublime to the ridiculous again for Justin Smith, and even he doesn't know how.
$45.
The one thing about a 2-0 lead is that if your opponent is throwing first in leg 3,
60.
you are allowed to have a little bit of a breather. You don't want to take it, but at least you've got that right because of what you've done earlier.
One thing I would say to Colin Osborne, don't average 97s and 94s.
Justin, you require 170.
Yeah, his 2 biggest averages of this group have both lost.
60.
6 darts and 2-1-1 will be the thought process. 2 trebles. There's one. Oh, yes.
137.
Be happy with
Justin,
that,
you
'cause he's
require
been second best in
110.
this leg. But the 180 from Smith. Give him control. It's a dart to tops.
90.
I did not think he was going to go for the
Colin,
bullseye
you
there.
require 74.
That was such a gutsy play. It almost paid off.
I just think he's going through that phase again of like looking like he does on when he's business-like. He looks the class act of this group.
Bullseye for Osborne.
39.
The fact that he only got a shot at the ball
Justin, you
from
require
74,
20.
he will not be pleased. Going to be double 4.
$16.
And Osborne is getting a second crack
Colin, you
for a
require
second break of
35.
throw. This is going well for Colin. Can he maximise opportunity? Double 8. That was such a
19.
big chance.
We do not bring the best out of each other, these two.
Justin, you require 4.
Yeah, I think you're right, Glenn. I think if these two were chemistry, they'd be copper and water.
He's living a charmed life, Justin Smith.
2.
He looked like a different player against Jamie Durrant.
Colin, you require 16. Game shot in the third leg. Colin
3-0
Osborne.
it is. And Osborne will not believe his luck. Maybe he's getting Smith at the right time of day.
Fourth leg
because
is
he
Colin
beat him
to throw
yesterday
first.
in 6
Game
legs.
on.
He will be hoping that he can beat him in 4 today, because if he can get this leg on throw, he will equalise Chris Quantock's position on 10 points. But his leg difference will swell
41.
to plus 10, which will be the best in the group. He still needs a favour from someone who plays Quantock before the end of the day.
140.
But all he can do is win the games that he's got left.
Just looks like he's got the mentality that he's through already.
Now, not that I am looking
99.
at his prospective opponents after this as disrespect. It's not meant that way, but based on
43.
form in this group, Osborne after this has got Jamie Durrant and Benito van der Pas. Quantock plays Durrant next.
140.
Then he's got Grierson, and he will finish with Justin Smith. As for trying to predict this situation,
121.
I'm trying to do it with a broken crystal ball. I can't do it.
$45.
It is very fair of us to say
$55.
that Justin Smith has not played well in this game. If he thinks that he's already qualified, he must think again.
Business head time. And I think Colin... I don't think it's doing Colin any favours either.
100.
I think he's out
Justin,
there
you require
expecting he needs 100
142.
average to beat Justin.
That's an interesting start. Left 88 after that first start. Went for 48 for tops. And Osborne now, because of that second
90.
treble miss, should get
Colin,
a
you
look
require 76.
at a match dart for an invaluable, massive win. And he slips outside the single again and can't recover.
Not even sure what that second out was for there.
Yeah, I think he might have got his maths wrong.
I think he was got for 25 double 19, which would have been
38.
63.
Yep, I agree. And he's left double
Justin
19.
Yaquar, 52.
That was all very messy.
These two are all over the place.
He asked if that was in.
He needs to focus. He's not concentrating. And that
Game
is what he
shot on
can
the
do.
fourth leg. Justin Smith.
We don't know just how valuable that leg could be for both
Fifth leg
players.
is Justin to throw first.
Smith
Game
has
on.
got a leg difference of +9 right now. He's trying to protect that. I've seen people many, many times be
59.
comfortable at 3-0, this close to winning the match by 4-0, and they go on to lose. Most importantly, Osborne has not had a match start
60.
yet.
Yeah, I think Osborne knows he has to win this game to stay in the whole group. So we're not getting the best out for him.
43.
I'm still trying to figure out what he was thinking when he had 73 with 2 darts.
And that's a sign that he ain't thinking right now.
90.
It would be a massive 2 points, that's for sure. I think Chris Quantock's in the back screaming, "Come on, Justin!"
60.
Practice room tonight, I'm sure, will be full of stories and banter before everybody tours the hockey
83.
at 10 o'clock onwards. Matthew Edgar is top of the table, and Scott Mitchell needs a fast start tonight. Otherwise, he could be cut
60.
adrift after a couple of rounds.
Do you see him winning 4 out of 4 today?
Scott Mitchell?
Yeah. That's me
I can.
That's me does tip.
Yeah, I think he could. And here's the thing, he might have to.
134.
He didn't play poorly last night. He had some good darts in there.
58.
What a chance
Colin
again for
Yaquar,
Osborne.
134.
He's been knocking on the door of 2 points for what seems like about 10 minutes.
And if Justin Smith doesn't qualify today, I think he'll look back at this lackadaisical performance
94.
for Colin Osborne. Just experience in the end told. This guy is uber talented and saves his best potentially.
119.
The last
Colin
it's 3
Yaquar,
darted tops for
40.
Osborne for the Teessider.
Game shot.
There we go.
And
It's
the
a
match.
big
Colin
4-1
Osborne.
victory for Colin Osborne. There's the little fist pump. Justin Smith was just not at the races that time. Big 2 points. It means that place for second between Quantock and Osborne is just getting tighter and tighter. And it brings back Justin Smith right back in the mix. And next up is Chris Quantock against Jamie Durrant.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, and what a big result that could end up being for Colin Osborne in the end as he gets the better of Justin Smith by 4-1. these are the stats from there. Justin Smith will be absolutely livid with his performance there. As for Colin Osborne, an 82.23 average, 4 out of 7 when it came to the doubling. That is a huge 2 points, because when it comes towards the league standings now, Justin Smith could have put himself through by winning that game because of the gap he would have had to Osborne and the games that they both would have had left. Now, Smith is very much in a race and can very much now be caught with Osborne and Quantock both on 10. It's Quantock who we're going to see next in action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So because of that, he can go on to 12 points alongside Justin Smith. And because of that, he can go top of the table on legs difference if he can get the better of Jamie Durrant. Well, watching this one, in comes Paul and Glenn.
Yeah, what was Chris Quantock thinking in that game? Because a win there for Justin Smith would have meant a big advantage for him for that second place. But he must focus on what he can do, because all of a sudden Justin Smith is right back in the running now for qualification, when he had the opportunity there to really cement top spot. Jamie Durrant has actually spoken quite freely the fact he enjoys playing Chris Quantock. There'll be a lovely pace between the two of them. It'll be their 5th time they've met each other this week, and Jamie said he's really enjoyed the encounters. But I just see something in Chris Quantock finally this week. The Chris Quantock I know and love, a very super talented individual who I think is just beginning to
First
believe.
leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
You can see his initials on that very fetching dart shirt, actually. I like the little myriad of blue and grey in there. If you were to go Chris Quantock Darts as his Twitter handle, and you abbreviate that as CQD, do you know the importance of those 3 letters in that order?
140.
This is a really nerdy question.
No, I don't know.
CQD was the distress signal sent by the Titanic
59
to the other boats in the area to say we are going down. CQD was the Morse code
60.
that they used for the distress signal.
Tell you what, that quiz on Monday has nothing on working with you, Paul.
I am a minefield of
94.
useless information.
I've gone from Yaz and the plastic population I've learned this week to CQD.
CQD.
60.
The only way is up for Chris Quantock.
Someone's going to sink. And it doesn't want to be Quantock.
97.
That's for sure. He has
Chris
played
Require,
superbly
120.
today. He has not lost. And he's played at a much higher level. A much higher and consistent level than we've seen
100.
this week.
Jamie Require,
The
167.
trend is continue after 15 darts, wanting 20. Jamie, who's been disappointed with his century-plus finishes, only the
100.
one. A very
Chris
important
Require,
one it
20.
was. Right now,
James
Quanny
shot
just
in the
looks in a
first leg.
special
Chris
place. Look at the
Quantock.
bounce in the step. He snatches that dart out. All the mannerisms are really important to say that. I'm feeling good. He's not
Second leg is
moping
Jamie to
about
throw
no more.
first. Game on.
I think actually Jamie's enjoying this game as well. I think they've been practicing with each other. I think they like each other's
43.
company. Like the last game where they just don't seem to enjoy playing each other. These two, and enjoying the dance
41.
partner.
Have you ever played against Chris Quantock? Locally or possibly on the PDC circuit?
I'm terrible remembering, but I remember doing an
60.
excellent exhibition in York. And the final game of the night was against Chris Quantock. But I had some tough games that night, I remember.
41.
But whether I played him in a match, honestly, my memory is shocking. I was never a darts connoisseur.
84.
I just played my game, and I prided myself on just getting back to the hotel room. And
No record of a meeting between the two of you.
83.
Double-checked.
I may have played him in a York event. I remember winning a tough one. I can't remember his surname, Neil, and he used to run York darts events. And I think I had
57.
a very tough group, and I think I beat Chris in that one along the way, but I could be wrong. I know it'd be a one-sided affair if I played him right
40.
now. There again, he might win a leg.
Nice comeback. I played Chris a couple of times.
57.
Beat him once, lost to him once in 2017 at the Gibraltar Darts Trophy. Beat me in the first round. It wasn't a brilliant game, but It was 11 legs. And look at those.
180.
That was what I like to call a T1000 180 because all 3 points were melted together.
93.
Is there anything he
Christian
can't do
Require,
today? We're about to
116.
find out.
He's even tidying his doubles up now as well, so complimenting that with big scores. Now he just needs to eliminate the slack.
40.
Slack
Jamie
darts,
Require,
but
107.
9 out of 10 today, Paul.
I think Nathan Aspinall's going to start charging royalties for people using his darts because Aaron Monk is starting to use darts very similar to that. And now Quantock is starting to find form.
75.
Great recovery from Durrant, but unfortunately,
Christian Require,
the
76.
miss at 32 might cost him dear.
Yeah, it was a nice little nod of the head there from Chris Quantock, but he takes control here. Double four's been kind.
Game shot in the
Trend
second leg.
continues.
Chris
There
Quantock.
are big moments. As Chris Quantock looks to get out of this Group C, he's doing everything need be.
Third
He has
leg is
been the
Christopher
starman
first.
today.
Game on.
Continues to impress. Tell you what's interesting now, I think we both of us thought, and I think he thought as well, Justin Smith, that he's through. All of a sudden, the Justin Smith game against Benito van der Pas next is becoming to be a must-win.
84.
Being dragged into a position he really shouldn't have.
Can you imagine if he doesn't? Then Smith would only have one game left against Quantock.
140.
What a game that would be. And what a learning curve for Justin Smith that would be. It'd be the biggest lesson he's learned at every dart way. Because when he's focused, when he came out against Jamie first, and he just
96.
looked like the real deal.
I would assume that
51.
practice room is vocal enough to tell him that he's far from safe. Quantock may be the favourite to win this group
26.
now. If my memory serves me right, at the start of the show today,
136.
to win this group, he was 4-1.
I think he'll take second place. I don't think it's
57.
about first or second
Christian
right now.
Require,
He's
40.
just getting better.
Game
And what he's
shot in the
doing now,
third
Paul,
leg.
more importantly,
Chris Quantock.
he's hitting doubles. He was super frustrated with his combination finishes, his single double finishes.
Fourth leg, it's Jamie to throw
Right
first.
now.
Game on.
There he is, 3 from 4, and they're the kind of stats that take titles here at the MODUS Super Series.
85.
Two things are going to happen, possibly in this leg. Quantock will be in the gold medal position in the group after 8 rounds of play.
100.
2 rounds to go, and Durrant would be officially eliminated with 2 rounds to go. But this
51.
right now, if Quantock can find 4 straight legs, he would elevate his points to 12, and his leg difference would follow
123.
to plus 12 as well, which would be 3 legs better than Osborne and 6 better than Justin Smith.
Remember that moment when Chris was holding his wrist and showing signs
81.
of distress, missing doubles, shaking his head. 48 hours later, look at him. Absolutely free-flowing
140.
and such a joy to watch.
Making a mid-90s average look like chicken feed.
100.
Pleased
Christian
with the
Require,
demeanour of Jamie
138.
today. I think he just needed telling that he's done okay this week. He's learning
39.
lessons, and right now, if you're being hypercritical, just remove them from your game, Chris. You could be a very, very interesting
100.
integral part
Christian Require,
of Saturday
99.
night.
That was a bit of a reality check, that single one. But it is a look to the north,
79.
and he misses his first
Jamie
match
Require,
dart.
84. $60.
He does like that double 12, so that'll be double the frustration
Christian
for
Require,
Jamie.
20.
And is that him eliminated because
Game, shot,
Chris
and the match.
Quantock
Chris
was just on a
Quantock.
different level in that game. A big whitewash victory over Jamie Durrant. He's eliminated now from the group from Chris Quantock. He's right in the mix. Is he just peaking at the right time? He looks so much happier, everything about him. Just over a 90 average in that game. Absolutely superb stuff. Justin Smith is up next, and he's on the back of an absolute disaster. He'll want to put that right against Benito van der Pas.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Chris Quantock has taken full control of this Group C table by getting the better of Jamie Durham by 4-0. Let's have a look at the stats from this particular encounter. He did so with a 91 average and 4 out of 6 on the doubles. Now, he was dangerously floating through the draw bracket, wasn't he, at the beginning of the day? And now he really is emerging as possibly the player to beat. Let's have a look at the league standings then, following the conclusion of that one, because as you can see, the legs difference means Quantock is top of the group, and we have got one heck of a run-in towards the line here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Next up, it is the man who began this round of fixtures at the top of the table, Justin Smith. Now, he takes on Benito van der Pas, looking to pick up a victory here. For Justin, victory would put him back, even if temporarily, to the top of the table. Watching this one, Paul and Glenn.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yeah, it's incredible to look at the table. Let's see Chris Quantock at the top, because Justin's been there for such a long time and he'll want to put right. Luckily, Paul, in my opinion, he's pretty much straight back on after that Colin Osborne game. And he'll want to erase that memory and what was a pretty awful performance from him. I just didn't think he trekked the game as intently as he should have done. But now Chris has overtook him at the top. I think we'll see a real top-notch performance from Justin Smith. For Benito, all he can do now is play that spoiler role and, you know, go back to Holland with a big, big victory over some of the quality of Justin Smith. But I'm sure the bookies will see Justin Smith as a big, big favourite.
I've just had a little look through all of the games in this group, and by the smallest of margins, that average from Justin Smith was the worst of the group so far.
First leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
And that came from the person at the top of the table. So that is for him, hopefully, just a little drop in the ocean and he can just move on to the next wave.
59.
It's a worry, but we will press pause on that and hope for his sake that he plays a lot better against Benito.
140.
Well.
Yeah, the fact Justin was beneath the treble 20, but and the only consensus, that's usually a sign that you're tightened up a little bit. You've got a bit of anxiety in your body. And I guess sometimes, I mean, I haven't played on that stage, but when you're looking for them real last 2 points, because 14 points is a real benchmark you want to get to in Group C. And just getting that final win is usually the hardest.
This is already better.
140.
The line looks better. It's not as erratic, but we will keep tabs on it. Osborne, make no mistake, is still
51.
The man chasing. Smith and Quantock have 12 points. Osborne has 10. He still
58.
Needs a favour from somebody somewhere.
You would expect Colin to win his last 2 games. Jamie Durrant and Benito, games he'll feel he's much the stronger player. So you could argue that we're looking
Justin
at 14 points for Colin. Chris Quantock, what a game. That could be at the end of the day. All to play for. This is where we get your abacus, the permutation. You're best off just watching each game and going from there. But you can't help ourselves just looking.
Well, Quantock
82.
Smith, we'll get to
Justin,
that
you require 100.
in game 13. We don't even know how important that game is until both Smith and Quantock have played
60.
again. And indeed, until
Benito,
Osborne's played
97.
again. So let's forget about round number 10 in this group, because round number 9 is going to tell us how important round 10 is.
Big dart.
Game shot in the first
Benito
leg. Benito van der Pas.
Top of the table v bottom. How many times have we spoken about how the MODUS Super Series can be turned upside
Second
down?
leg is Benito to throw first.
Remember,
Game
Benito's the one with the CV. Benito's the one that's been right at the top of the world of darts.
You and I both know, Glenn, because we're football fans, what can happen
81.
when bottom plays top. Look what happened when Southampton played Arsenal very recently. Arsenal were 3-1 down.
41.
Back came the Gunners and they got a valuable draw. So don't discount someone just because they're bottom of the table. He's got nothing to lose.
40.
Justin has got a lot to lose.
And he's averaging the low 70s again, is Justin. And just in a sign
96.
that this implosion right now is just so unexpected, because he just came out the traps this morning against Jamie Durrant looking absolutely beautiful. I just thought it was a foregone conclusion. Right now, every dart is a struggle. Luckily, Benito's not hammering it down
36.
too much.
Have you noticed that he constantly seems to be wiping his hands on the upper portion of his legs, just trying to get some sort of traction in the
140.
hand and the fingers?
They're not sitting nicely, and they haven't all week. It's, you know, one in so
46.
many throws that Benito's darts look good, but
100.
do you think there'll be any panic in the Darrell Pilgrim home this weekend watching Groups B and C?
I don't think so. Knowing Pilgrim as I do,
21.
he will just be practicing
Justin
like
required
he usually does,
124.
and he'll think, I'm not seeing anything here that I can't beat.
60.
I know how much he wants it, though. He wants it badly. He wants to play here Saturday night, succeed,
100.
bank the check,
Justin, you
and then
require
7 days
64.
later, he wants to quadruple it. Double 16 for Smith. It's been up and down in this portion
Game
of the
shot
board,
in the
but that's
second
very
leg.
up.
Justin Smith.
That's what you can do in games like this. You can have a somewhat
Third leg is Justin
questionable
to throw first.
situation in a
Game
leg.
on.
You can't do anything about what's happened, but you can try and fix the score sheet with what you do next.
100.
And that was a really good example of that.
Yeah, for a leg and a half there, I was really beginning to panic for Justin, and scores of 46 and 21 from Benito. And once again, there's that slide into the 5. It's
40.
been synonymous to his week, unfortunately.
I like to play this word association with names in darts.
58.
If you were to give somebody's first name of a famous dart player, which one would you go for? And a lot of them are the same answer. You say Phil, everybody says Taylor. You say Adrian, everybody says Lewis. I say Justin.
43.
Pipe.
You think Pipe. And I suppose when you think about what Justin Pipe has done in the game, he has to be the most famous Justin in the game.
140.
I have to say that the online darts that we played, the game I had with Justin Pipe, the two arguably slowest players on the circuit in 2020, got the most views.
45.
Yes, I even had brought a little bit of flatulence at 3-3 into it, which Dan Dawson was absolutely aching with laughter. It was such a fun game.
99.
Didn't realise that the winner of the whole event would be going to the Grand Slam.
I didn't know that either. But what I'm going to do at this point is just say hello to a good friend of mine down in Swan Hill in Australia. A very nice Justin.
13.
Justin Thompson.
Great
Justin
guy.
require 104.
Hope you're well, Tomo, if you're watching. See you sometime soon, pal. He's the kind of player that would like it here.
Hasn't he hung his darts up there now?
96.
I hope not.
Didn't I read that on? I might be wrong.
Well, if he's playing a bit more golf these days, I wouldn't blame him. He gets beautiful conditions down there at Swan Hill Golf Club.
85. Justin, you require 8.
Double 4.
Game shot in the third leg.
Everything seems to be
Justin Smith.
rosy all of a sudden.
The
for
switch
Smith.
has been turned back on, Paul. The tough watch
Fourth
for
leg is
Benito.
Benito to throw
I
first.
think the body and the
Game
arm are
on.
beginning to give up on him.
You know, when you get to the end of a workout or the end of a long walk and you realise it's only half a
100.
mile to the end. And in darting terms, you know that you've only got 2 more games left. The muscles start to understand
100.
the brain signals that are passing through. You think, I'm nearly at the end now. My misery might be over. You just got to push through. You never know what you could do
24.
between now and the end. You could smack in a 170 finish. You could spoil somebody else's party.
140.
Whatever was going wrong in that 8th game for Justin, he seems to have fixed it. This is much better. 3 legs in, averaging 88. And right now, that beats Van der Paas 9 times out of 10.
140.
If you look at all of his averages in this group, only
66.
one has been over 80. And that was 82.21 yesterday. Everything today has been starting with a 7.
85.
Yes, he's messing about with his hands there. He's not feeling too comfortable, Benito. I had to start on the 19s on 195, but Paul looked through this very early yesterday. And it doesn't
90.
often deviate from the treble
Benito
20
require
bed.
152.
Yeah, he's not gripping that dart at all correctly right now, or he's not very happy with that grip, that's for sure. His last injury, he told me, was his elbow, not necessarily his hand.
40.
I don't think it's a...
Justin,
maybe he's
you
just
require
got a little bit of a
105.
sweat on.
Going for 2 double tops then. I would assume that wasn't a shot at tops.
Benito require 112.
I think that was close at the treble, but I think we knew what he was going for. Watch out for this one. If Benito goes low on the 20s, can bring treble 18 into the equation, but it's double 16.
Game shot
Where
on the
did
fourth
Benito
leg.
get that
Benito
from?
Vanderpass.
Feast or famine for Benito right now.
That double 16 went in so clean.
Fifth leg is Justin
That may
to
have
throw
been
first.
his best
Game
throw.
on.
I don't have first-hand knowledge because I only arrived yesterday morning, but that's probably the best dart that I've seen him throw over the last
16.
couple of days.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to sort of, when you let go of a dart as well, you usually know.
58.
A bit like playing golf. And if you're someone who has a handicap of maybe
43.
between 9 and 18, you don't expect to get a lot of birdies. You don't expect to shoot 66. But once around, you'll hit a shot and you'll think, you know what, I could play this game.
47.
And then the next hole, you'll 4-putt and you'll remind yourself of just how good you aren't.
Yeah, we had Matthew Fitzpatrick at our Cleveland Golf Club, and you know, well before he was it
81.
Masters, he won or the Open.
Yeah, he won the US Open at Brookline last year.
Yeah, well before then. He's still got the record at Cleveland. I think it's a 62, 63, but he just hit the ball as if he was chipping it.
80.
And it was going 200, 300 yards, and it just looked like he was chipping it. Timing. And they use a lot of analogies in darts. Boxing, when you're jabbing, jab, 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 that's what you don't want to do. You want it to be
100.
silky, right cross, smooth. And in golf, and sometimes when you throw a dart at that double 16 like Benito did, you just see it flying in the air, you're thinking, that's got a chance.
131.
You don't see many dart players shouting at their darts in the air like golfers do with the ball. You know how golfers say, be right, or stay in the air, or go hard.
59.
You don't hear dart players do that, and I sincerely hope we don't start that trend right here.
Well, my first treble 20, the World Seniors, the crowd went 4.
Did you get 420s instead of 3?
58. Justin, you require 158.
This was a big shot for Scott Mitchell when he won the Lakeside, 158.
58.
127.
Benito, you require 127.
And ... Richie Parkin got this last night on the ball. It's not going to be the time for
55.
Benito to take the lead at 3-2.
Justin, you require
potentially.
100.
Big moments in this match because it's Justin's darts. 100, of course, is not a gimme, but if you can get that first one in, now he's got his business head on again.
Game shot in the
Come
fifth
on,
leg.
he shouts.
Justin Smith.
Where was that about an hour ago, Justin? It's not an easy game. When you're fully focused and concentrated, I think you're head and shoulders above the rest of the players in this group.
Game on.
Look at his hands. Constantly wiping them down. I assure you the conditions are pretty good on this
140.
stage. We were talking yesterday, Glenn, you and I, about how nobody has ever complained about the conditions on that
100.
stage because they are perfect.
Yeah, I was working with my other nephew, who's here today. He said, I'd love to have a throw. So he had a throw. He said, that is the best throw he's ever thrown in his life.
83.
He said, coming down here now, I know what I want to do. I want to play at the MODUS Super Series. He said, I've got a long way to go. He's only averaging around about 60 to 70 at the moment. But now he has a
44.
dream. Now he has somewhere he'd love to play. And he said, that is the best throw he's ever thrown on.
The temperature over the next few months may increase in here.
It was
But
it was increasing in the comms box late last night. Back to the T-shirt today.
I just get the feeling that this is the ideal time of year to play here. It's not warm. It's not hot. It's not cold
140.
outside. The temperature can potentially permeate a venue like this, and we will regulate it perfectly over the summer as best we can.
45.
But I can only assume that the constant wiping of the hands for some of the players is because they are feeling
60.
rather edgy about what is happening.
It can be red hot on Saturday night because you can come and join us simply by going to dartshop.tv. Tickets are absolutely free. There's a small
43.
booking fee.
Justin, you require
But
157.
what a difference they made on Saturday night, the crowd. So get yourself down to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. Might even get a selfie with Paul Nicholson.
I don't want to give him the booby
57.
prize. They might even get one with Matthew Edgar or Scott Mitchell, or even yourself.
Maybe we can get T-Rex up on the screen as well.
55. Justin, you require 100.
For 100 checkout again. A different way. Not meant to
80.
be. How ironic that he
Benito
found
require
tops with
126.
the last dart. Van der Paas has got a checkout here of 112 in the game. But he's not going to take the 126. And Smith is looking
62.
at putting 1 foot in Saturday
Justin,
night
you
if he
require
hits
20.
20 points.
That's the Justin Smith I like. That's the focus I like. Will it be the execution?
Game,
It certainly
shot,
will.
and the match.
You can
Justin
see the reaction,
Smith.
how important them 2 points were. I think the concerns kicked in after a very poor performance against Colin Osborne. At times during that game there, Benito was just putting the skids up him a little bit. But it's Justin Smith who's the first player to go to 14 points. And there's the tail of the tape. For Benito, it's been a tough week. Once again, his checkout ratio is the highlight with along that 1-1-2. But look at Justin Smith. 4 from 5 on the outer ring. 80% with that lovely 100 finish in 2 darts. It was absolutely beautiful. But most importantly for Justin Smith, it's the 2 points he badly needed. Chris Quantock's been the player of the day so far, and he's up next against Martin Grierson.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
George Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Before the break, Justin Smith got the better Benito van der Paas by 4 legs to 2, meaning in terms of the league table, it is he who is back in control of his own destiny. 14 points after 9 matches, and so he is back to the top of the table. But Chris Quantock can join him on that mark if he can get the better of Martin Grierson, and this is going to be described in the commentary box by Paul and Glenn.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. The man in your picture there, Chris Quantock, been absolutely fantastic. And that man there, Martin Grierson, the most improved player, in my opinion, from the first start he threw yesterday afternoon. So an intriguing contest. Chris Quantock can only do what he can do. He's got control of that second spot right now, but he does have Justin Smith in his final game. And with Colin Osborne playing Jamie Durrant and Benito, you'd expect him to get 4 points from there. So it could be a very, very interesting finale to this really exciting Group C. But Chris Quantock, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday didn't go as planned, and we talked so much in the comms box that we were
First leg
waiting
is
for him to
Martin
click
to throw first.
because we can
Game
know what he
on.
can do. And he mustn't overlook, and he won't overlook this man, because all of a sudden he's beginning to show real signs about the quality that he's got. He's thrown first as well, so Chris will have to break during the game.
96.
And that won't be an easy task. Chris Quantock from York. Played quite a lot of darts with his dad, John. Played county with him, and John went on to play in the PDC as well. It's the first time I've seen Martin. He was very generous in information given to me. Plays a lot of darts in the Southampton series.
44.
Really looking to get some experience this week and ruffle a few feathers.
100.
He's certainly done that. Now he's got his scoring power going, and his doubles are so much better because he had a nightmare opener. And for a lot of people, they could have hidden under their shell. But he's stepped up to be counted.
85.
And delivered some really good performances.
180.
Quality of his 180s today. He's very capable. The information we were getting is that this is what he's doing on the practice board, and he's just now transferring that transition onto the game on match.
140.
It's never easy.
Chris, you require
He's just
81.
beginning to get it right. We often talk about, will there be a player who plays himself into form as he looks at double 13?
55.
That week, the closest to it so
Martin,
far.
you require 136.
Chris Quantock, but despite all the fact of this incredible form, it's still going to go right down to the wire.
95. Chris, you require 26.
Does he go straight for it? And if he did have a weakness this week, Paul, it was this area. He definitely improved today, so this is a big moment.
22.
That's a difficult shot when you've got to go over the top of that flight.
41.
Grayson is playing purely because he likes to play darts right now, and he's been given the
Game shot in
opportunity
the first leg.
to take
Martin
this
Grayson.
leg, and that will make Chris feel sick.
I think I heard Colin Osborne cheer then.
Second leg is Chris
That's
to
how
throw
tight
first.
this contest
Game
is
on.
right now. It's a 3-horse race, but there's only 2 places in Group C.
140.
This has got me in a bit of a spin, this table. Osborne really does want a Grayson win, but it's not just the points, it's the leg difference as well.
180.
He's an interesting one for you. Chris Quantock wins this game, goes to 14 points.
96.
That game, Colin Osborne wins his 2 remaining games, goes to 14 points on a very nice legs difference. And look at that game there, Chris Quantock versus Justin Smith.
58.
I know we shouldn't do this, Paul, but you can't help ourselves.
Well, we can't, because it looks like a
95.
really good invitation to a last round decider. Now, interestingly, if Osborne beats Jamie Durrant next, and does so healthily,
134.
Osborne is going to know
Chris, you require
everything he
170.
needs to know when he plays Benito van der Pas. Bullseye.
145. Martin, you require 129.
That was a staggering start. All the legs of darts Martin Adams has played at the MODUS Super Series. His highest finish is 167.
Yeah, he's never had a maximum finish.
47. Chris, you require 25.
25 to even the ledger. Oh,
No score.
That's the peril.
That's the peril
Martin, you
of
require
thinking of the
82.
double 8 before hitting the big 9. Martin did go for treble 14 on this finish last time. He's done exactly the same. And we're doing
Game
all
shot in the second
permutations.
leg. Martin
Already
Grayson.
saying Chris Quantock's won this game, but Martin Grayson has something else to say about that.
I've got another one for you.
Third leg
then.
is Martin
Let's
to
get
throw
our little
first. Game on.
pad and pen out. How about if Grayson wins this one, Osborne wins the next one, and then Quantock beats Smith, and Osborne beats Van der Pas. That's 3 players on 14 points.
And look who's got the lowest leg difference. Justin Smith.
140.
That's true.
Stay with us, enjoy, and don't forget, at MSS Darts on Twitter, let us know your predictions, let us know your thoughts.
96.
More importantly, we're getting closer to Saturday night now. Who's going to be lifting that £5 grand prize in the final place in Champions Week? And with darts like that,
180.
who's to say it won't be Chris Quantock?
It's fair to say that Grayson is sticking with him and besting him. No matter what Quantock does,
121.
it feels like Martin has got a solution. Yesterday's game between these two
91.
yielded a 4-1 victory
104.
for Quantock. It was fairly simple because Martin only got 2 shots at a double. He's had 2 shots at a double in this game, and he's hit them both.
Game
Make
shot
that
in the
3
third
from
leg.
3.
Martin Grayson.
What's happening here?
Cat amongst the pigeons.
Fourth leg is Chris to throw first.
Honestly, Chris
Game
Quantock
on.
right now will feel like he's ordered a hot dog and somebody's spilt the salt on it.
That's because Martin Grayson
180.
has been mustard.
I hate to flash it up again. He's got more 180s. He's got a 111 average and he's losing 3-0. Welcome to darts.
96.
It's baffling.
Oh, yes.
140.
There was a case there for the switch, but it's easy for us to say that sitting here a good 30 metres away from the stage.
When you think of Martin Grayson's first performance
140.
yesterday, like his twin brother's got up there, he's absolutely been fantastic.
It's his evil twin as well because he is not
57.
in the good books of Quantock right now.
He's in the good books of Justin Smith and Colin Osborne, that's for sure.
95 leaves 170. 133 leaves 132.
133.
And he gets plan B,
Chris, you require 124.
which was better than plan A.
Statistically, this is awesome.
92.
That's a heck of a leave.
Martin, you require
But the
132.
destiny of this game is not in his hands. 132 for the win. This would be seismic for this group.
92.
Just
Chris,
the
you require
right smile.
32.
Just sit back and enjoy. Big darts coming up. And
24.
that is all to do with the pressure coming from
Martin,
the
you
most
require
improved
40.
player from yesterday morning, Martin Grayson.
Double top. That's his first miss at a double. Double 5. And just when he didn't
35.
want it, he gets a triple split.
Chris, you
And
require
Quantock
8.
breathes again. Just how valuable will getting a leg be?
No score.
He might not get any.
Martin, you require 5.
And this is where we say the averages plummet, but for Martin, he won't care. As that's right in the middle of the fat one. 2 darted, double 2. It's Madhouse.
3. Chris, you require 8.
Double 2 this time for Quanny.
Game shot in
Wearing
the fourth
everything
leg.
but
Chris
surviving
Quantock.
in the end. The shoulders have slumped. He cannot believe that he's in this position.
Fifth leg
But
is Martin
let's face
to throw
it, Chris,
first.
it could be
Game
worse.
on.
And both lost 15 points off their averages there. That's what happens when you don't hit your doubles, but the scoring power, he's not panicking. This is unbelievable.
140.
This is where having the best leg difference really does help a little bit. He's on plus 12, is Quanny. If he'd lost 4-0,
60.
he would still be on 12 points and the same leg difference as Justin Smith.
Oh, this is where we need a camera in the players' area because I bet they were holding their heads with their missed doubles there
100.
from Martin Grayson.
Yeah, we could do that, or we could do the old Knowles house party trick, put them in a soundproof booth.
140.
Makes me think of that Michael Van Gogh and Adrian Lewis World Cup. Do you remember head in his hands? And Michael with that wry smile to them. Yeah, maybe that's the next one we'll do at the MODUS Super Series.
57.
A roving reporter.
I think Henry's got enough jobs.
I was going to say, we'll go
93.
ballistic.
Still advantage. Salisbury.
Super Series is fantastic. Henry goes ballistic.
That sounds like a really interesting movie.
65.
Get yourself down to a 2-darter.
140. Martin, you require
Could he
139.
do what seems impossible? He's faced 5 match darts. Almost faced a 6th.
91. Chris, you require 68.
Match deserves to be continued. It's 1 dart to tops.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Chris
Chris
Quantock.
Quantock.
Where have you been this week? It's 3-2 Greason.
I'm feeling the tension and I'm not even on the stage.
And I still think that the excitement's to come.
6th leg, it's Chris to throw first. Game on.
I think Grayson right now has got every right to scratch his head. He had a shot at tops.
91.
10s, 5s, 2s, 1s. 5 different doubles to get a 4-0 win. If Quantock gets
60.
out of this, Osborne will be feeling empty.
59.
Sick as a chip.
But not out of it. Still in his hands. He's got to beat Durrant. He's got to beat Van der Pas.
So many twists and
57.
turns, if, buts and maybes. What were darts like that? That was just begging for the second to follow.
81.
And that's the kind of 81 score that you're absolutely gutted at, because the first dart, he thought minimum 140. And what'll hurt even more, Martin can do a 2 treble visit.
100.
When you're on 270, you're thinking 140, 130. How many times have you hit a 140? How many times have you hit a 130? Seems very, very plausible, but it doesn't happen very often. So good one last night from Michael van Gerwen. 334 and 6. 180, 154 on double 17. That was a really good conversion.
Yeah, I called the winner yesterday. I thought Michael Smith might win in Leeds.
161.
That is Chris Quantock.
If Quantock can somehow get out of this with a win,
100. Chris, you require 24.
I just wonder how he's going to feel when he plays his last game against Justin Smith.
12.
He might not win it.
Martin, you require
It was a big ask on
124.
139 to get the win by 4 legs to 1. He couldn't quite get the second treble.
I'm telling you how Chris Quantock feels. He'll be walking that players area like Vince McMahon.
84. Chris, you require 12.
Double 6. And he
9.
doesn't find double 3, so it should be over now.
Martin, you require 40.
A second bite of the cherry at tops to win the match, and Quantock may be seeing his leg difference wither a little bit. Double 10. We're going round the houses again.
35.
And the same happens.
You were watching the dart. I was
Chris,
watching
you
Chris
require
Quantock.
3.
It was just a vision of resignation. But now he's got 2 dart at tops to stay in this match.
No score.
But not executed.
He's had
Martin, you require
22
5.
darts at a double in this match, Quantock. Grayson's had half of that. That's a dream lie. And that
Game,
is a win
shot,
for
and the
Martin
match,
Grayson.
Martin Grayson.
As for what that does for Quantock's chances of qualifying, we will get to that after the next match between Jamie Durrant and Colin Osborne. But let's look at the stats. Grayson's average was way north of that until what we saw in leg number 4. Chris Quantock will probably not want to see the checkout stats in that one. Under 10% is never a good thing. But we will take a short break now, catch our breath, and when we come back, it will be Middlesbrough against Middlesbrough in game number 12.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where there's yet another twist and turn in this Group C table. Despite 3 maximums in that match, 20 missed darts at double could come back to cost Chris Quantock in the end, losing 4-2 to a much improved Martin Grierson on day 2. It means in terms of the table, it is Justin Smith who is in full control. He takes on Quantock in his final game. A win will see him through. Big match coming up, though, for Colin Osborne to keep himself in the race for those top 2 positions. He takes on Jamie Durrant, and this will be watched by Glenn Durrant and Paul Nicholson.
Yeah, we can't wait for this because the permutations have just taken a bit of a twist. Osborne now with a win by 2 legs over Jamie Durrant will put himself in second position with a round to go. And just to reiterate, Durrant is out. He will not return for Saturday.
First leg
But
is Colin
Osborne,
to throw
when he
first.
plays Benito van der
Game
Pas
on.
in game 14, will know exactly what he needs to do to get through to Saturday. This is fingernail stuff towards the end of Group C in week 12.
Yeah, let's just set a scenario here
100.
because Jamie played Colin yesterday. He said it didn't feel like a game, Glenn. I can't explain why. Someone I admire, someone I've looked up to, someone I
96.
respect. And then spoke to Colin when I went in. He put his arm around Jamie and he sort of played that mentor role this weekend. I just, even then I felt like it's not, I think there's a time and a place because they could come to a stage where you're going to be playing each other this week. And you've got to put all that to one side, and here we are now in probably the most crucial game of the week for
100.
Colin Osborne. And who's he playing? The guy he's been looking after, the guy he's been mentored, the guy who's trying to keep him lifting, keep him optimistic.
60.
You may ask, what happened to Osborne's chances because of that Chris Quantock loss in game 11?
98.
What we can tell you is that he's been given an extra life. Because if Quantock had beaten Grierson, it would mean that Osborne needed to win this game and his next one.
134.
If he was to lose to Durrant, there is still a possibility of him getting through now. So he's been given an extra life.
59. Colin, you
In
require
computer games, that's a really
73.
good thing. But this is reality. He might not want the extra life. He might just want to get it done by winning both of the games and not looking back.
Game shot in the
And that's
first
a fine
leg.
start in
Colin
15 darts
Osborne.
from Colin.
Yeah, it's a very fine start because I was concerned when he was playing Justin Smith. He didn't look comfortable.
Second leg is Jamie
I thought
to
the
throw
occasion
first.
was just too
Game
much
on.
because he's here for the 10 days, he said, and sometimes you can just build yourself up into a frenzy rather than play one game at a time. But that is a
45.
solid 15 dart opener for Colin Osborne. And all of a sudden he's back to the Colin we love and admire.
134.
What was it like in Middlesbrough back in 2007 when he made his World's debut and it was getting to the quarters?
Like I say, for me, it was a shock because
96.
prior to that, the UK Open, but Colin was someone who played first for the South Bank St. Peter's. He'd gone snooker. He'd have 3 darts at the board, and then they're saying Colin's on and would win a lot of his games because he was naturally brilliant.
140.
Then the rumours started spreading around that he'd moved to Derby. I think he'd got a pub and all these rumours of how good he was doing, and then went to the UK Open and put us all into a frenzy,
135.
really. And I had to witness it for myself because he went through that night where it was just 140, 180, 100, 140. And I was like, wow, he is the actual real deal. And yeah, when he went to
60.
Ali Pali, I mean, Middlesbrough look after their own. And like I say, he's a true South Banker and he's got a lot of friends and family. He's from a big family.
58.
So he was,
Colin, you
yeah,
require
we're all very proud of him. He's
167.
a real ambassador for our area.
167 each. Osborne has stolen the darts. And this is the 1/3 shot. Because if you want to impress your teachers when you go back to school, kids, say 167 times 3 is 501. That'll get their attention. I got my teacher's attention by knowing what 51 shared by 3 was. She asked me why. I said, well, it's easy. It's
102.
treble 17 on the dartboard.
Jamie, you require 167.
We could talk about that in depth because a lot of the work is done in schools now, and it really does help with the mathematics. But right now, I'm really liking the
131.
look of both of these
Colin, you
players.
require 65.
Colin Osborne just shy of 105 average right now.
Game shot in the second
Somebody
leg.
is playing
Colin
well
Osborne.
and maybe sipping from the cup of brilliant darts juice, as I like to call it.
Let me put you in the mind of Jamie Durran, Paul. He
Third
comes up
leg is
against
Colin
Justin
to throw
Smith, who's
first.
playing absolutely
Game on.
fantastic in that game, the game of the day. And now he comes up against Colin Osborne, who by far, and he just looks really in a great place here. This is the best of Colin Osborne this week.
140.
This looks relentless.
125.
Hey, Chris Quantock, you might want to avert your eyes. What we do know is that Quantock, by the looks of it, is going to have to beat
60.
Justin Smith. If he doesn't, it looks like Osborne has got the skills and he's got the right fixtures to get over the line.
36.
Yeah, takes me back to that match of Smith versus Osborne. What a crucial 2 points that was for Ozzy. He's looking good here, isn't he?
140.
I think he's come off that game and thinking, why am I tight? Why am I really struggling? Let's just get back to doing what I do best and love.
123. Colin, you require
When you
161.
throw a dart and you're full of tension, it's a very difficult game. If you can master getting up there, playing relaxed, and this 161, and that's a mark of respect and experience kicking in there.
87.
Albeit he won't like that last dart.
I've always wondered, you know, he's got that hat on his nickname at the back of his shirt. I wonder if he's got a hat like that.
57.
I've never seen Colin in
you
a top
require
hat. I get the feeling he
74.
would look good in that. Anyway, that's a sidebar. Right now he's looking at 20 and tops for 3-0.
Game shot in the
Ruthless.
third leg.
3
Colin
from 4 on the
Osborne.
doubles. 3-0 up. And when he said to me on Thursday morning that he'd packed for 10 days,
Fourth leg is Jamie to throw first.
it was defiant.
Game on.
It was as if I'm not going home unless I've got a check under my arm.
Right now, it's abracadabra
93.
when he's on the doubles. Oh, just clinging to them, and this is a superb performance.
His walk-on song is still Unbelievable by AMF, I believe, which is one of the best. I have got to admit that. But with a nickname like The Wizard, you've just given me an idea. What about Abracadabra by the Steve Miller Band? Great song.
I'll let you tell him, Paul.
98.
You know what? When it comes to early 90s dance music, there is no better authority on tour than Colin Osborne.
Well, I must admit, Jamie was at our quiz on
59.
Monday, and he sat there in the 1980s while me and Murph were going, it's not often I can help in music rounds. And the two Durrants were sat there really struggling. Then we came to 2010
50.
music. And then they were in the element.
When it comes to music, Chris Murphy does not need much help. He is a fountain of knowledge.
58.
Osborne's just slowed down a little bit towards the potential end of this game. And that's exactly what happened with Grierson in the previous
85.
match. Osborne will be hoping that the same doesn't befall him.
I'm just really pleased that Jamie's not showing
96.
that negativity as he was. Yes, I know he's working on that. He was disappointed in himself. Like I say, he's just walked into a couple of brick walls today. I think he'll go away with it could have, and if only I'd done that one. But overall, I hope he sees the positives from this week.
58.
He should. I'm proud.
I can see what he was trying to do there.
48.
He was trying to trim it down to the 2-darter via the 19s. That first dart made it really tough.
Yeah, I fancied a real good setup play here from Ozzy.
Hasn't really had a big
140.
visit until then.
Jamie
His
require
previous 3 shots,
147.
50, 85 and 58. All he needs, 70 more. 4-0 will give him 12 points
97.
and a leg difference
Colin, you
of
require
plus
70.
13. The best in the group.
You look pretty proficient on the doubles so far. And the clash of the T-siders.
35.
Set you up there, Colin.
Jamie, you require
And
50.
you left me hanging.
Double top for Jamie.
10.
He can't take advantage.
Colin, you require 35.
It was 4-0 yesterday between these two. Is it a case of another whitewash victory for Colin Osborne?
10.
That's
Wild.
2 wides.
Jamie, you require 40.
And this is not cricket. He's not going to get the delivery again.
Game shot in the fourth
fact,
leg.
he's paid the
Jamie
price.
Durrant.
So he goes for tops and he hits a 5. Goes for double
Fifth leg,
16
it's
and
Colin
hits a
to throw
7.
first. Game on.
Is that a bit of an overcorrection potentially?
Who's to say that these players aren't thinking about it? Who's to say that it doesn't mean anything, these competitions? They're feeling it.
100.
Solid ton. And an area of Jamie's game this week has been he's been a little bit lacking on the real monster
43.
scoring. So it's always going to be tough to break Colin, not once but twice to win this game. Especially when Colin looks in the mood today. This is good stuff.
180.
Colin's like a Kit Kat at the minute. If you break him, it'll actually knit itself back together and you'll have to break him again.
140.
How's the Assets Acker doing anyway? You got it up yesterday.
I haven't been keeping tabs. I know that the first one came in, so I'll have a little look. I think the bigger story right now is whether Osborne can get over the line by 4 legs to 1. Doesn't need that dart to creep in.
125.
But in a funny sort of way, it didn't harm him at all.
He's fumbled his darts a couple of times. I think didn't have any effect there. He's in total control of this match right now.
100. Colin, you require
Solid ton from
96.
Jamie. Don't think we'll go any histrionics, a double-double. No need, just lay it up. Advantage Osborne.
If I was in his shoes right there, I would have gone big 20 and big 16. I wouldn't have even tried to leave double 8 because the last thing you want to do is leave a smaller double. You want to leave what we call a premier
81.
double, something of
Colin, you require 40.
size. This is exactly what he wants.
And that premier double on this occasion is double top.
Game,
It's
shot,
a 4-1
and a
victory, a
match.
big
Colin
4-1
Osborne.
victory for Colin Osborne in the clash of the Teessiders. The Sorcerer and the Apprentice. I think he'll enjoy the experience, Jamie, when he looks back on these games. But for Colin Osborne, that is solid. 94.18, just when he needed it most. It puts him into second place against Chris Quant. It's all to play for. It's an exciting finale. Just as we see there, just the 180 there from Aussie, but 4 from 9 on the checkout. Big, big win for Colin Osborne. And next up, what a game. Please stay with us for this one. It's Chris Quantock versus Justin Smith.
Welcome back, everyone, where Colin Osborne has put himself now in a very good position in terms of qualification, beating Jamie Durrant by 4 legs to 1, and he made a big kick in a big game, 94 average, 4 out of 9 on the double. So this is how the table looks going into the final round of fixtures. Well, the player who has the fortune in his own hands is Justin Smith. Effectively, every player kind of has their fortune in their own hands, but Justin Smith can put himself through with a victory here against Chris Quantock. No questions, no answers needed there. As for Chris Quantock, then, well, he has to win and then hope that Colin Osborne loses out against Benito van der Pas. So let's get into this so crucial game to begin the final round of fixtures with Glenn and Paul.
Thanks, Henry. We've been doing our sums down in the commentary box, and we've got a scenario for you. Quantock could be out at the end of this game. Smith could be through, and Osborne could be through with a game to spare. And that's only if the Welshman gets a big, big victory. We're talking by 3 or 4 legs. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. But first and foremost, for the man from Yorkshire, he must beat Justin Smith and get revenge for his 4-2 loss yesterday.
It's a scenario, isn't it? If Justin Smith loses this game and Aussie wins the game, Justin Smith doesn't go through.
Correct. He's got to be on watch. And he's got the worst leg difference of all 3 players.
100.
So do yourself a favour, Justin. Don't even think about the margin. All you need are the 4 legs and everything else will be fine. And if Justin Smith wins this game, he wins the group.
140.
Quantock means business.
Going into the final round of games, when you've got the most points, you think to yourself,
60.
No, I couldn't possibly not go through. Oh, he could lose out, trust me.
Especially with darts like this, Paul.
140.
I don't see Osborne losing to Van der Pas.
No.
So this is like a playoff.
100. Chris, you require 121.
Starting pretty hot. Doesn't need.
Yeah.
I think a nice play here is treble 7.
81.
I get that. I get it a lot. I really like it. It takes a lot of things off the table. Oof, that's an explosion.
20.
I thought Benito was
Chris,
back on the board there, Paul.
Game shot in the first
13
leg.
data.
Chris Quantock.
Absolute quick fire time.
I think Justin Smith has left an imprint on the single 20 from his grooved darts.
Second leg is Justin to throw first. Game
Looks
on.
like a tattoo.
Yeah.
That's how violent that collision was.
81.
None of his equipment was damaged. But he's given the board a bit of a slap shot.
This could be the most bizarre conclusion of all. Justin
86.
Smith has been in the top 2 from pretty much the first dart played in this group. In less than 15, 20 minutes' time, he could be out.
60.
Staggering.
He won his first game by 4 legs to 2 against Quantock. And then won against Van der Pas.
100.
Lost to Osborne in game 8 yesterday. But he has been in a qualifying position
83.
the entire time. You do get the feeling that because
100.
Chris lost that game against Martin in game 11, he's got a bit of a point to prove. And when you're this close to qualification, you do not want to pass it up.
140.
Rocking and rolling of Chris Quantock is just all in symmetry at the moment. Sorry, Chris.
41. Justin, you require 137. 59.
Oh, I like that play. But 78 is not a gimme.
58.
Interesting
Advantage
times
Smith.
ahead.
You require 78.
78 feels like a gimme, but it's not. Double 6.
Game
And he
shot in
made
the
it
second
look
leg.
like a gimme.
Justin
It's
Smith.
1-1. I just get the feeling this is going all the way.
Yeah, I was just about to say the
Third
same
leg
thing.
is
You
Chris
just
to throw
feel
first.
tension.
Game on.
This has the last leg decider all over it.
100.
Such a lovely pace about this game. We talked about that yesterday when they played 6 legs. That they would feel very comfortable with each other.
97.
And the game chemistry that we talked about with Smith and Osborne, that just isn't there.
96.
It's there with this one.
Yeah, there's all 6 players have got a lovely rhythm about them. It's a little bit more sedate in Group B, but it does mean the
134.
standard is any different, because we did sort of query how well Group C was played, Jess, but I think today's been absolutely
100.
magnificent. And I fully expect the same from Group B tonight.
2 players through today.
43.
As of the early hours of tomorrow, 3 more.
I'm enjoying this.
121.
I get why he went for the centre there. It hasn't damaged his chances much by hitting the small one. How big is it that Quanny's got the
44.
darts?
Chris, you require
We just
84.
don't know yet. Double 12.
72.
Just messing around on those doubles again, and I hate to bring it up. He missed 20 darts at double in his previous game. That has got to be
100.
living rent-free in his brain for a little bit of time right now. Double 3.
Game shot in
It's
the
a great
third
shot.
leg.
Has
Chris
to be said,
Quantock.
with all of the evidence of missed doubles over the last couple of days, he still finds a key double 3 to take the lead.
Fourth leg is
Zero
Justin to throw
emotion.
first. Game on.
I'm just thinking and sensing the realisation is kicking in for Justin Smith. I think he's realising the importance of this
140.
game, because you've got to fancy Colin Osborne against Benito. I think out of all 3 players, the person in the best
83.
position is Colin Osborne.
I agree, wholeheartedly. And right now, the person in the worst position is at the top of the table.
140.
Didn't think I'd ever be seeing that.
100.
You can just sort of see the reaction. I think the realisation is kicking in, but this is what he can do. This is the Justin Smith. I want to see
100.
every single dart he throws.
Needed the lot to get to a finish
140. Justin, you
Relief
require
for
121.
the bearded dragon, who doesn't need to go for the bullseye. That's
89.
nice. That's good board management, and Quantock can only hope that Smith breathes no fire.
Let's just start this
58.
match at 3-3.
Justin, you require 32.
That's what it's got all over it for me. There's the sharp and take a breath. There has been occasions when
Game
he's
shot
gone
in the
far
fourth
right on
leg.
them.
Justin Smith.
Business head on to Justin Smith. This is what I'm liking about him. This is where he should have been for every single game. And if I'm harping
Fifth
on
leg is
and
Chris
you're
to throw
watching back,
first.
Justin,
Game on.
I don't care. It's the respect I have for you. You can be winning
125.
big, big things.
Made
100.
Champions Week in the previous series. He showed glimpses of brilliance in
41.
that series. He did not lift the big check. It was another Smith that did that in Raymond.
59.
Raymond isn't here this time.
In the middle of the 5th leg, and we've only played 8 minutes.
100.
Welcome to modern day darts with young players. Very few of them play slowly.
This is one of the nicest throws I've seen, Justin Smith. I love it.
134.
Effortless. This is more of a John Henderson, the rocking and the rolling when he gets that whole timing right. He should be looking at the bull last start.
Should we just call him Chris
100.
Got
Quad
away with
Rock?
that.
I had to rehearse that one in my head.
Take your time with that one.
If he had his own social media site, it would be called Chris Quan TikTok.
134.
I'll
Chris, you
stop.
require 135.
Before we get into trouble, it's treble 20.
How big is this?
99.
It's a wonderful approach.
Justin,
from
you require
Quantock,
74.
but Smith is in position to break. This is enormous.
Massive. Wow.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Made it look easy.
Justin Smith.
He's such an infuriating talent, and I say that with all humility and all generosity towards him. But
Leg is
at
Justin to
times
throw
today,
first.
he's not played
Game
well.
on.
But he made that conversion look so simple. And this is the most important game he's played this week.
I just looked at the reaction there of
55.
Chris Quantock. It was a sign of resignation for me. That 59 there opens the door up once again. It's just been a great
81.
match play game. I have thoroughly enjoyed this match. And loving the timing of them darts.
180.
Is that the moment, Paul?
It might be, because Quantock, if he loses this leg, his
100.
leg difference will go to +8. He would need Osborne, without us looking at legs won, he'd need Osborne to lose by 4 legs to 0, and I just don't see that happening.
95.
Needs to fill it.
100.
I don't think that's enough.
These are the most important darts of Group C so far from this 1-7-1. Can he set it up? Yes, he can.
97.
The amount of times that Justin has played a game this week where he's had the lesser average but still won. It's getting a bit boring, actually,
75.
but this is almost the identical
Justin,
average
you
of his
require
opponent.
74.
And he's within 74 again of another leg, but this time it's to win the match. And he made it look easy
Shot.
again.
And the match, Justin
He
Smith.
wins the group, and the Bearded Dragon will grace Saturday night once again. As for Chris Quantock, we're going to do our sums, and we're going to find out if he still has a chance. We know who does have a chance, and that is the Wizard. Look at the averages, almost identical, and Justin Smith on the outer ring, for once, was absolutely imperious. So we take a break now, and when we come back, we'll let you know the permutations, if there are any left.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yep, you could be a part of it every single Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Tickets are available via dartshot.tv, and we'll also be scanning the Tungsten T-Rex in our next game. So give that a little bit of a scan and you can be here. Well, we know someone who is going to be here on Saturday night, and that's going to be Justin Smith. He got the better of Chris Quantock in our previous match by 4 legs to 2 to not just go through, but to also win the group. And so now the race for second place all boils down to this encounter, and basically the ball is in the court of Colin Osborne. A win here, and it will see him through. A matter of a couple of legs will be enough to see him through, in fact. So, in the comms box for this one is Paul and Glenn.
Thank you so much, Henry. Yes, a thoroughly enjoyable game. Absolute impeccable finishing at the end for Justin Smith. Those two 74s, I can't even begin to tell you how good they were, especially under the importance, because Chris Quantock was looking
First leg is
really,
Benito
really
to
good in
throw
that
first.
game. And
Game on.
Justin Smith, you could see what it meant to him at the end, but I want to see that passion and that desire from him every single dart he throws. But it's job done for Smith.
47.
Can Osborne follow through?
I've just been testing the old tungsten T-Rex there. Seems to work.
Yes, just watching you there. I left all that to Henry when he was working with me. Technology is not my thing.
Well, one thing we do know is that Osborne is in a very commanding position. Form-wise, today he's had 6 points registered against his name. He would join Justin Smith
21.
on 8 for the day. If he wins, and if he wins, he will win the daily table, but it's not about the daily one, it's about the overall one.
140.
A win for Osborne, he's through. I make it 1 leg and he's through, because he needs to lose 4-0 for any sort of hope
100.
for Chris Quantock. I haven't done the calculation for legs 1. We will do it if we need to do it.
84.
Penny for the thoughts of Quantock if Van der Pas goes 3-0 up.
Yeah, is there going to be another twist?
Benito, you require 133.
More twists than a bag of knickknacks.
To be fair, Benito's darts are going in so much better.
93.
Osborne does not want to hear that.
Oh. I'm an Osborne fan.
He'll be hoping he didn't peak in that 12th game of the day.
140.
He beat Jamie Durrant by 4 legs to 1 because
Benito
at times in that game
40.
he looked really good. Double top. Getting further away.
20.
And Aussie
Colin, you require
could
70.
be in Saturday if he clicks 70 points. He knows what he needs to do.
50.
First chance missed.
Benito, you require 20.
It's a bit cagey. Double 5.
10.
You can see that the confidence
Colin, you
just isn't
require
there.
20.
Yeah, it's been a tough week. Part of me was thinking, he keeps rubbing his stomach there. I think he's having his own problems up there. But for Colin Osborne, this is to see him there on Saturday night.
10.
And even he, despite all the experience he's
Benito,
got
you
in the
require
world,
10.
played at the very top level. Even he's feeling it. But Benito, I don't think he's got any confidence
No
whatsoever
score.
for any of these doubles to go
Colin,
in.
you require 10.
I think it's time for Colin to put this to bed, relax, and see out the game.
To the right. Keep going.
5.
It's almost as if they know
Benito, you
this
require
first
10.
leg could stipulate who goes through and who doesn't.
Oh, some sort of whistle next door in the players' area.
No score.
That's a bad visit there from Benito. I think
Colin, you
maybe
require
his
5.
gas tank might be on fumes. Single 1. That's okay. Double 2. Madhouse.
No score.
This is the worst leg of the group.
Benito, you require
It's
10.
by far the worst leg of the day. Need some quality stuff today.
8.
Is Colin overthinking everything?
Colin, you require
Because even
5.
that big one that went in didn't really go in with purpose. But I like what he's doing now. Just taking his time. He's not panicking. Let the arm do the job for 2 darts, a double 2.
Game shot on the first leg.
See Colin Osborne here on Saturday night, and you can see the relief and what it means to him. I think for the rest of this match now, I think he'll totally relax, and we'll see what the real
Second leg is
Colin
Colin
Osborne's
to
all
throw
about.
first.
9 darts or 29 darts. He just needed a leg. He's got a leg. And Chris Quantock has been eliminated. It will be Justin Smith and Colin Osborne promoted to Saturday. They were the 2 favourites. And Osborne will go through in 2nd position behind the bearded dragon.
100.
Commiserations to Quantock, who put up an incredible fight over the last 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, I think he'll sort of look back on maybe yesterday,
85.
today. They looked the real deal at times. And like I said, he's not playing an awful lot of match practice. He's playing some local league stuff and that. And maybe that was their telling factor, because Monday,
60.
Tuesday, Wednesday was just a case of him getting back to some sort of his best. And you know, he'd be disappointed, because he's a kind of player, Paul. On Saturday night, he's got that A game where if
55.
everything clicked, he could go through the field no problem. But he won't be there. It's Colin Osborne and Justin Smith.
I really do think
39.
that Chris Quantock, after the way he's played this week, he deserves an invite back. I'd like to see him back in the summer, and he will be sharper and better for this experience. But Osborne, who gets a fallout
80.
himself.
To bounce out-a-thon.
Can't say that again 3 times in a row. That's a good visit.
133.
Doesn't get to a finish.
156.
But Osborne's already there.
He won't make any excuses, Benito, but he's not feeling too good. I think
100.
he's got an upset stomach, and you can see him touching his brow on his head as well, so maybe he's sweating up a little bit. So he's not the type to play to any excuses anymore.
74.
He's giving his best. He's
Colin
drying his
Require,
hands. He's doing
56.
everything he can to win this match. It just hasn't been happening from the day one on Monday. And he'll assess, and hopefully we see him come back.
36.
That's
Benito
now 11
Require,
darts
95.
missed by both players in this match at double. And another 2 for Benito, who looks to be finito.
Colin, you require
here
20.
in week 12.
For 2-0.
Game shot in the second leg.
Colin just
Colin
probably wants to get
Osborne.
up the stage right now and even start preparation for tomorrow night. I think he's desperate to get it
Third
won
leg is
tomorrow.
Benito to throw first.
Like I said, he's here
Game
for the
on.
10 days. He wants to stay down and be here for Champions Week. First part of it, the first element is done. Can he do the job?
46.
Saturday night.
It's a good night for flighting. Reminds me of one of John Henderson's favourite songs.
60.
Saturday by the Bay City Rollers.
I was more of a Shangalang man. Shangalang man.
Of all the things I expected to hear this week, I did not
98.
expect you to be a Shangalang man.
One of your karaoke goes to that, you know.
Don't
59.
give Henry any excuses.
Oh, tell me about them. Still recovering from Christmas. I only know one song and he sang it. Well, sang it to a bit of a
85.
questionable.
It's a fairly heavyweight looking week 12 final so far.
Yeah.
When you think about Pilgrim winning Group A, you've got 2 players
120.
who graduated from Group C who were fresh into Group C. They weren't coming from Group A. But we're talking about Osborne, who's
60.
won multiple times on a Saturday night in both venues. He's won here, he won at Southampton. Pilgrim won in Southampton. Justin Smith, who's won here. We're talking about
83.
a monstrously heavyweight Saturday night. And if you aren't here and you live in the local area to Portsmouth, then
43.
it's simple. You know what you got to do. Come down.
Then you start thinking about Group B as well. I'd like to see Scott Mitchell there. I just think if he adds
59.
something to the party here, it's going to be a tough ask for him. And, you know, I think Andreas Harrison looks too solid right now. I think we'll be seeing him there.
43.
You know, there's only one winner
Colin, you
on a
require
Saturday night.
120.
from that group, and that's Jim McEwen. I think he's going to get through.
And they're all on
29.
6 points. They'll be looking at the
Benito,
10
you
points
require
one that
126.
because that's all the points that Scott Mitchell can get to, even with 4 wins.
39.
Like I said, I thought
Colin, you
yesterday's
require
Group C
91.
was average at best, but today's been fabulous. I thought Group B was average at best. I'm predicting tonight's going to be fireworks.
A Katy Perry song.
Game shot on the third
And she's
leg.
got one called Friday
Colin
Night as
Osborne.
well. And we will be back Friday night from 10 p.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV and the usual YouTube
Fourth leg
channel.
is Colin to throw
It's
first.
3-0
Game
Osborne.
on.
And he might be finishing his campaign with a real bang.
100.
Yeah, I like that last start. That lovely follow through. Like I said, he just wants to get off. And Benito,
43.
he's doing a professional job, but I know what it's like. I can resonate with Benito. How can you play a game so easily, be one of the best players in the world, and then
100.
struggle like he did, like he is? And I know exactly that feeling.
It was Colin Lloyd who
59.
said it to me once. He knew it was right to retire when what used to be so easy became so hard.
140.
Never a truer word spoken.
Yeah, I could play 4 to 5 hours on the spin without any problem whatsoever. And then when you start looking at your watch
81.
after 40
Colin, you
minutes,
require
thinking,
161.
this is a chore. It's finding that love again. But seeing Jamie and Lewis this week, and I think what I'd like now is if they pick up the phone and say, can I come and have a practice with you? Because I think that's what I've been waiting for.
121.
Colin is only 40 points away from 14 points and a leg difference 6 better than the person who is going to occupy the #1 spot in this group.
81.
This has been a real sprint
Colin,
from
you
Osborne.
require 40.
Tops to finish the job.
Game, shot,
And there's
the
double
match,
top for a
Colin
4-0
Osborne.
whitewash victory for Colin Osborne. He'd done what he needed to do. It was a little bit scrappy the first leg, but he got there in the end. It's job done. Benito van der Pass has been a very, very difficult week, and he knows exactly where his game is right now. I won't like them stats there, so I won't read too much into it. For Colin Osborne, it was just about the win and double at the end. And more importantly, them 2 points. So it's Justin Smith and Colin Osborne we'll be seeing here on Saturday night, and what a wonderful addition they will be. But the final game for Group C coming up, it's the final game for Jamie Durrant and Martin Greason. Back after this short break.
And so, when all is said and done, it will be the Wizard that makes his way through to finals night by getting the better of Benito van der Pas there by 4-0. So, it's going to be Osborne and Smith that make their way through to finals night from Group C. But let's square everything off with the meeting between Jamie Dowen and Martin Grierson. This rounds off our Group C action, and it's going to be watched by Paul and Glenn.
Sounds a bit like Game of Thrones, doesn't it, Henry? When you've got the bearded dragon and the wizard going through. But as far as the last game of Group C is concerned, it will be Martin Grierson looking to finish on a high. And if he wins against Jamie Durrant here, he will finish on double-digit points and cement his place in 4th position. As for Jamie Durrant, he will need to win by a clear margin of 3 or 4 legs to get his way to 4th position, because he's currently 2 points behind Martin. Let's see who wins the final game.
First leg, it's Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, for Jamie, it's been an interesting week. I think that my gut feelings, you'll think he's had opportunities. I think he'll go back to Wednesday when he was sat in
36.
3rd place. And his first game was against Benito, and it just didn't go right. And that day was actually a bit of a write-off, a bit of a disaster. So many positives. I'm sure he thinks, well, I can score with these players.
42.
I haven't seen anything that I can't do. But the thing about darts, it's about timing. And it's about hitting them doubles and executing a finisher when you're
44.
when you're most under pressure. So he's still got a long, long way to go, but he's progressing very nicely. For Martin Grierson, I think me and Paul sort of, what the heck's all that about after his first game? And I'll tell you what,
40.
at times, he's demonstrated some real high-quality performance darts, and I think he walks away a very happy man.
57.
I don't know what his goals were coming into this 2-day campaign, but I'm with you. I think he will go back to Salisbury after this, thinking there's nothing to be afraid of there. That was invaluable
40.
when it comes to experience. Many a player comes through that big door at the front and they freeze.
100.
At first, Martin was a bit cold. But after a few games, and this format has allowed him to shine and to get a bit warmer,
45.
he's on my radar. Now we know what he can do. I think if he was to come back again, he'd be a bigger threat.
It was a no contest between Durrant and
100.
Grierson yesterday. I think what Jamie's playing is a different proposition now. Martin just really enjoyed it. And they're playing for 4th place. You know, there's something there to play for. And I think both players do want to finish with a defeat.
140.
It's always nicer to go home with a win under your belt. And first chance to Durrant.
96.
A bit like being on the golf course on a Sunday afternoon. You don't want to finish with a bogey. You want to finish with a nice 1-putt, which just makes you feel good on the drive
58.
home. A nice
Jamie
albatross.
68.
Straight on 68 for 2 darts, a double 4.
64.
Be a bit gutted
Martin,
after that
you require
second dart because it was a
136.
perfect marker.
And 96, courtesy of a single 19 now.
96.
That was a sensible play. I really like
Jamie
that.
require 4.
That showed good thinking.
2.
I think that maybe sums
Martin,
up his
you require
weekend.
40.
3 darts there, so near, yet so far.
Game
Double 10
shot on the
found.
first leg.
That's a bonus.
Martin Grierson.
Now, when he went for 136, he didn't get the first treble 20, and he
Second
thought
leg is Martin
96
to throw
leads tops.
first. Game on.
Instead of automatically thinking about that big 19, he thought, well, okay, the lie on that 57 shot is not ideal for a big 19, just like that.
82.
So he went for the small one, and with Durrant on a small shot, he thought, well, even if I get the 57, I've got double 1.
100.
That's where that overhead camera is really good to see the sort of the pictures that they're seeing as a player, but right now all he is seeing is that treble 20 bed.
85.
Is Jamie going to stick around this weekend and watch?
I know he's got a hotel for tonight, but no, I think they're
121.
a long drive home. They've got young families, both Jamie and Lewis, so I think they'll be itching to get home now. I know how much they wanted. We had people coming on Saturday night as well, albeit 5-6 hours away. I think
59.
There was quite a few arriving here Saturday, so I think that expectation, I think they've seen the types of nights I've had with a dozer army behind us, and I think Jamie fancies a bit of that as well. But his time will come, Paul. He loves the game too much. Unfortunately for Jamie, no doubt he'll be back offshore really soon. It's not ideal. And them sacrifices that he is from being offshore. He's got his young family, his partner at home as well, and the sacrifices, as you know, that dart players have to make. And if you want to reach the very top,
100.
And what I would say to him is just cut down a little bit on the local comps and just knuckle down on that practice board and just get that work-life balance correct.
88.
Nice little fix
Jamie,
there
you
from
require
Martin
80.
to find the bullseye with the last dart. Another one of those. We'll give Jamie a shot at tops.
60.
Yeah, they're not
Martin, you require
conducive
145.
where they sit up them darts. We'd expect him to come back, and he will come back.
50. Jamie, you require 20.
Maybe too good of a marker.
Game
Absolutely
shot in the
moves to
second
his
leg.
left, wide as the
Jamie
bed,
Durrant.
and that's a fabulous last dart. And when Jamie's feeling good, when he starts talking to that dartboard.
Third leg is Jamie to throw first.
Today.
Game on.
He isn't throwing his arms about. He isn't shaking his head.
That's the thing about complaining about a certain situation.
180.
Nobody's listening. No one's going to help you.
You're only beating yourself up, aren't you, Paul?
59.
First 180 of the match goes to Durrant. And the dream of a 9-darter.
He done 180 on Monday.
140.
I was getting very excited, but yeah, the moment for commentary me was when Quantock missed double 12, but the wording, wow.
You said you had a John Park moment, didn't you?
Yeah, part of me was glad that's
55.
not going to be the pinned tweet for a long time because it was horrific.
It's all right. We're probably not going to get a 9-darter this week because Conor Heenahan's not here.
130.
Superb dart from Jamie Durrant, the 9 darts. And a potential 11 darter. He's 1 from 9 on the outer ring again, Jamie.
100.
So doesn't
Jamie,
need
you
Einstein
require
to tell you
51.
where the improvements can be quickly made. And it's seeing out this leg.
31.
Just the little things as well, like clicking those singles with ease. That wasn't a good dart at the single 11. You just got to give
97.
every single shot
Jamie,
the
you
same
require
process.
20.
Yeah. I was going to say, I fancy that double 10.
Game shot in the third
That
leg.
transition
Jamie
from 10 to
Durrant.
5 is another element of success for Jamie. I feel confident when he's round about that mark there, but I'm just delighted with him
Fourth
right
leg is
now.
Martin to throw
He's
first.
learned a lesson
Game
from
on.
yesterday, and that's a big thing. Just another box tick that you're not better when you're throwing your arms and shaking your head. Even when times are tough, it happens. Look at Benito's week this week, but look at the way he reacts.
140.
But I would say to any dart player up and coming who sort of beats themselves up, just watch Andreas Harrison tonight. He is the perfect, he has the total
100.
correct attributes. And you tell me if he's winning 3-0 or losing 3-0.
What does Jamie do offshore?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Must be very
Scaffolder,
good.
scaffolder,
140.
something, I assume, yeah. He's a really nice lad, Paul. I mean, he's just a genuinely... He's got his soft drink in there. He looks after himself. His family's his
100.
priority, but he has this passion for darts, which is infectious. And just like me and you were at his age, you know what I mean? It's he just absolutely loves the game. But the darts is the
60.
easy bit. It's the travelling, going out on a night, local league, travelling about, back at work, and just also getting that balance right with the family. But but he's clever enough, he's
40.
knowledgeable enough to
Martin, you
to
require
get that right.
161.
Breathing space this time for Martin. Puts it right with the last dart.
79.
And I wonder if he's going to go treble 14 again on 82.
Well, I think he got it last time, the treble 14, so it would make me think he will.
95. Martin, you require 82.
He's got 6 darts in this 82, so the bull's not a must. He can stay on the treble 20 bed now. And now he can just lay up.
50.
Durrant on a bogey.
He's had some really good tactical play the last couple of days. He's impressed me with most of it. It tells me that he's got a pretty good darting brain.
92.
And a lot of
Martin, you
the
require
evolutionary
32.
tactics that we're seeing from the elite, he's got them.
Yeah, he went for 2-3-3 earlier using the bull well.
Game shot in the fourth
Big
leg.
improvement for Martin Grayson. Them darts were all to the left yesterday. He's made that adjustment and he's starting to ping that double 16 with ease. This has been a good tidy
Fifth leg
game.
is Jamie to throw first.
You could almost
Game
say that he's
on.
been greasing his way to a few more 32 shots. Sorry, Martin, that was a terrible joke.
100.
But I have been impressed with him. I think one of the greatest things about the job that we do, Glenn, is that we have the ability to see who's coming.
121.
I didn't know Martin from anybody in Hampshire or Wiltshire or Dorset darts. I hadn't seen his name
42.
before. But now I know who he is. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does next. And there will be more. There will be more people coming from Australia and in Europe and throughout the UK
100.
in the coming months. And as much as we look forward to the usual talents and the people that we know well, I get excited about the people I
97.
don't know.
Yeah, he's been picked for Hampshire County now. He played Lancashire a few weeks ago, he said. I think it was his first game or not, I'm not too sure, but he said he was 3-0 down and come back and won 4-3 against the mighty
80.
Lancashire. So he's getting about. I think he's playing local league as well because he was talking about it's double off and 16s is his go-to double.
38.
From this position, you don't want to lead double 16. You'd like to lead tops or something like 60.
He was just
44.
beginning to take control of that match. Gives Jamie a chance from 2-2-4, but there's the frustration, which is evident.
6 points he has.
41.
He'd love to have 8.
Martin, you require 156.
But he's going to have to dodge something if he is going to get this extra win for the day. The only person who hasn't won today, in fact, is Benito van der Pas. He
100.
walks away with 0 points and a leg difference of -15 today. Durrant's got 2 points and Grayson has 4.
58. Martin, you require 56.
2 darts at tops for a break, a throw. There's the sighter.
16.
Now this is an exciting check.
Jamie, you require 125.
This is where you want the bullseye first. Now it's got to be 60. Everybody loves a 125. Good effort.
Martin, you require 40.
You don't see Martin missing right now. He just seems to have that eye of the tiger in him. He's hit double 10 in this match already. Double 4 has been the go-to double for everybody. It's not
32.
this time. I don't think Jamie thought he was coming back.
Jamie, you require
treble 20
20
at the end.
Game shot in the
3-2
fifth
to
leg.
Durrant. By
Jamie
hook
Durrant.
and by crook. It's got some ups and downs this game. A real seesaw battle. And there's the smile from both players because that could have gone to absolutely
Sixth leg is Martin to
anybody
throw
of them.
first. Game on. $97.
Great cover shooting there from Grayson. From Jamie, I think he's got away with one. He probably thought he was thrown in this match to save his bacon.
59.
It does help you sort of relax then, but once again, it's Martin that's come out the traps in the leg quicker. But just going above the treble 20 bed, the way them darts sit flat, actually just being underneath the bed would suit him.
96.
Once again, that treble 19 cover has given him control. And 2 trebles needed for Jamie.
60.
And this match looks like it's gone the full distance.
$98.
Last start, Merchant. Jamie will be already thinking of the next leg. Just getting his sighters in now. I don't have problems with 60s. You have to then turn them into 100. But right now, Martin should be looking at treble 18.
140.
The thought of a 180 was too enticing.
$100. Martin, you require 70.
This is for 3-3. One dart at tops.
30.
He promised me today he was going to stick with the double 16, but predominantly he's been going the tops route. With Jamie on 2-2-2. He will be back.
94. Martin, you require 40.
Won't want to give Jamie another chance.
30. Jamie, you require 128.
Frustrating. Bull for the match.
95.
A little bit quick, so
Martin,
quick.
you require 10.
I just think a touch of composure there as Martin looks at double 5. No words needed.
No score.
Jamie
Jamie,
Durrant
you require 33.
has got away with it here. He's going to get 2 darts at a double, and that double is going to be double 16. That's what I like. That's the composure. That's the reset. Intake a breath. Execute the
shot.
double. He
And the
saves his
match,
best
Jamie
dart at a double
Durrant.
right till the very end. It's been a very, very interesting Group C. But the 2 big favourites, it's Justin Smith and Colin Osborne, who will be seen here on Saturday night. For Chris Quantock, it's a case of what might have been. He did demonstrate an awful lot of qualities throughout the competition. And for Martin Grierson and Jamie Durrant, hopefully we'll be seeing them back here at the MODUS Super Series. And Benito, it's been a tough, tough week. But it's Jamie Durrant 4, Martin Grierson 2. A very, very interesting day and full of quality. But it's Justin Smith, Colin Osborne back on Saturday night.
Glenn, thank you very much indeed. And after all of that drama, the bookies got it perfectly right in the end.
They never get it wrong, do they? Well, very rarely, in fact. But it was such a knife-edge day. And Justin Smith, he just came good at the right time, didn't he? And Osborne, sprinting well. And you've got to feel for Chris Quantock. He played some superb darts all day long, but fine margins all week long for him.
Justin Smith through to the final, and you still feel going into tomorrow night there is more gears for this man to get.
Absolutely. You and I have seen him play to 108 to 112 average level before in a game, and you do get the feeling that that is very possible. The fact that Colin and Justin have only played 2 days this week, and Mr. P, who's sitting at home watching this, has only played 3. So far, we haven't got anybody in Saturday night who's played the 5 days leading into Saturday, which means the tiredness factor does not come into it.
As for Colin Osborne, he kind of does what any good pro will do. He just comes up with the big moments at the big times. He did exactly that towards the end.
He did. I think one of the things that helped Colin was that he was in position to strike, but he was playing the right people at the end of the schedule. And there's no luck in this game, in my opinion, but sometimes the schedule can work in your favour, and it definitely worked in Colin's favour.
Let's have a look then at the table following the conclusion of play. Justin Smith and Colin Osborne, the 2 players to go through, but you have to feel for Chris Quantock in the end.
I do, but I think what he's found out about his game over the last 5 days is that there is something there. If he's been fiddling around with equipment and trying to find something that works, I think he's found very close to the formula that he needs moving forward over the last couple of days, because he hasn't switched anything that I could see. There are signs there that are very, very good.
He hasn't played too much competition play recently. Will this just give him a little bit of the bug again?
I think you'd have to ask him that. But from what I could see, and what you tend to feel in disappointment from something like this, is either, oh, I don't want to go through that again, or that's fired me up. I said about 3 or 4 hours ago that if Quantock plays to this level all day, which he pretty much did, when he goes back to Yorkshire and plays local league next week, you don't want to play him because he's going to be sharp. How hungry he is for the future, you'd have to ask him.
As for Benito van der Pas, the first time we've seen him under the microscopic glaze of the cameras for quite a while this week. What do you think he would have learnt from this experience?
That's a difficult one, Henry, because I firsthand have seen Benito van der Pas at his best. What we've seen this week is nowhere near that, but obviously he's had a lot going on, family, injuries, loss of confidence, that kind of thing. I'd be really interested to see what he wants to do next, whether that's resetting and going local into the cafe culture of the Netherlands and trying to rediscover something. But ultimately, he's got to get all 3 dots to hit the board and stay there without any wobbling. And the equipment issue's got to be sorted. Confidence has to start somewhere. He's not going to go out to a shop and buy it or grasp it immediately. He needs to build it. If, however we've done it this week, we've given him the ability to get 1 block of confidence, then that's a start.
Well, Benito's been a great addition to the Super Series, but we now know half of our finalists for tomorrow evening here at the Live Lounge. Let's have a look and see the bracket as things stand, because we saw Dale Pilgrim progress his way through Group A on Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday, and now Justice Smith and now Colin Osborne join the fray. We haven't even seen Group B come to a conclusion yet, and already the lineup for tomorrow night looks very tasty.
Yeah, it does. I'm talking to Glenn a little bit earlier on. We're talking about Pilgrim, who won in Southampton on a Saturday night, so he knows how to get it done. Maybe not here yet, but he has a chance tomorrow. But the other two, Smith and Osborne, have won here before. I think this is a hugely strong Week 12 final, and we've only got half the amount of players in there so far. And the only person who's won on a Saturday night here before in Group B is Jim McEwen, and I think he's going to qualify anyway.
Well, that is Group B action, which is going to take place now. Let's quickly talk about that before we depart you for the afternoon session, because it's actually Matthew Edgar out on top, a 3-way tie for the lead. But you shouldn't discredit Scott Mitchell from the running either, despite only winning 1 game yesterday.
Nobody is going to have to be explosive tonight. We're going to need to see some grade A Scotty dog. And last night he played some good stuff, but ultimately the results just didn't go his way. The doubling's got to be sharp. He's got to get plenty of chances. And just to be safe, treat it like a knockout scenario. Win all 4, you'll be fine, by the looks of it.
Well, 12 points is enough, so he'd be more than... No, it'd be 10 points, wouldn't it? It's 4-player group. I'm losing the plot here, Paul, aren't I? Right, that is just about it from us here at the MODUS Super Series. Shall we go and get some rest?
Yeah, because I'm really looking forward to tonight. I need to do some preparation for it. Need some stats.
He's going to get some stats. We're going to have a little bit of a rest. And you're going to have the opportunity to watch some of the best bits from the MODUS Super Series from recent times with our MSS Gold package. Enjoy some golden moments from the Super Series. We'll see you for Group B at 10.
Here we go then. It is final time, and we can't wait. 7 legs potentially. And Matt Clark will have the darts because he won the bullseye in the practice room. Is Matt going to go back to Lancashire with £20,000? Or is Raymond Smith going to be on a flight in a few hours' time from Heathrow Airport, going back to Australia with a lot of Aussie dollars? In fact, I've just had a little bit of a communication from Chris Murphy, our commentary colleague, because he seems to think that Superman could be paid in crypto. Nice joke there from Murph, but I think he wants the cash.
You could have sent me that one, Murph. I've run out of jokes now.
No joke is final,
no jokes with these 2 players, but it's Matt Clark who continues to impress. He's won the bull. But as Paul alluded to on the balcony there, I thought he made a very vital point. If anyone can handle the pace of Matt Clark, then it's the mental strength of Raymond Smith. And that's something that resonated with me when you said that, Paul, because I think the last game there with Scott Walters, he was beaten when all of a sudden Matt really slowed down in getting his darts out. And he was
Okay,
affected
first leg is
by that.
Matt to throw first.
Lesson learned.
Game on.
Final game. Who will win?
£20,000. My life changed in Hull, the World Masters, when I won 25 grand. The winner of this league won the 5 grand. The winner tonight gets 20 grand. The biggest prize in amateur sport, over 1.17 million in prize money. The MODUS Super Series will be paying out every year. And it all boils down to Series 2, these two players. Who can emulate what the fantastic Corner Whitehead did? And just watching that play back early just brought a little bit of goosebumps. And how much it meant for Conan. And it'll certainly mean an awful lot for one of these guys.
One thing I've noticed about this audience tonight is just how attentively they've paid attention to all of the matches tonight. There's been no chanting, no singing, no boisterousness like the week before Christmas when Adam Warner won. But we've got two players here who are not local to Portsmouth, and maybe everybody's on the fence. All they want to see is somebody creating a bit of history for themselves.
Yeah, proper Dart fans are, and I think it's because one of the locals hasn't brought 20 or 30 people with them. I think the most was Scott Walters, who brought 7 or 8. So it's just been a crowd who are here to enjoy the darts, and certainly be enjoying a match like that from Matt.
Sneaky good on the maximums this week has been Matt Clark, whereas Raymond has been so close and yet so far to being the man at times this week. He did have a chance to win Group A against Justin Smith. He didn't win that match and had to play in Group B. And then he faltered on day 2. He has not won a group all week, but neither has Matt Clark. He was second in Group C. And if you put those two things together, it means that these two are playing each other for the very first time in the MODUS Super Series, and it's for £10,000.
I always got the feeling for Raymond Smith. He's got the mantras, I never dreamed of success, I work for it. He's just a big thinker who's worked hard on his game, worked on the psychology of the game. I've heard him chatting with players this week in the players area. He has a lot to say, has a lot of thoughts about the game, whether you like it or not. I think one person who won and listened is this guy. We talked about Alexander Merckx being in his zone.
Game on the first
Matt Clark
leg.
just continues to do what Matt Clark does. And every time I've doubted him this week, and I will shake his hand and apologise if he wins this, because
second leg is Raymond to
maybe
throw
the focus,
first.
Paul, has been a little bit about the pace and how it has an effect on others. He's played some really good darts at times as well.
Even myself on the balcony, I was
100.
picking up Raymond Smith because I had him as a firm favourite. But sometimes when we let someone go under the radar, they're okay with that. And I think Matt Clark has been okay with that his whole career. Because at no time in his darting life has he been on anybody's radar in bold. Even when he made the England squad, the attention was about Painter, Beaton, Fordham, King. When he was in World Championships, it was always about other people like Richie Burnett and Martin Adams. He made the quarterfinals of the World Championship on his debut season and didn't do any better in the next World Championships or anything after that. It's been a very interesting story, which for me has got a few dots after it because it's very far from finished.
Ray Smith, he goes home as the runner-up. Does he go home happy?
No, not at all.
85.
He's someone who gets on the podium
Best of order,
in
please.
F1 and isn't happy unless it's at the top. He's an all-or-nothing kind of guy. He will take things on the chin. He will take the second spot if that's all he can muster.
134.
Doesn't mean he's got to be happy about it.
10 grand to the runner-up, 20 grand to the winner, but also just the respect of being the MODUS Super Series Series 2 champion. In amateur darts right now.
100.
And we start again on Monday. I've seen the names. I don't know if they've been announced yet, the names for next week, but some excellent players there. So all starts again Monday morning, 9:30, Sporty Stuff TV on the YouTube channel of MODUS.
If you do want to know the names, because I don't want to be the person to give them out, I'd like you to go to our Twitter page at MSS Darts. Check it out. It will be released within the next 12 hours. Raymond Smith is going for a 116, and he's got at least 2 of these this week. He's been mastering these shots, but he's not going to get a shot at double 18 this time.
60.
3 well-thrown darts.
Matt, you require 143.
60, but on a positive, it leaves a 2-dart combination. 143, exhale, equals confidence. Treble 20, treble 17, double 16 is the route he's attempting. Part 1, tick. Part 2, no tick. That leaves 66. Correct. So we're getting close to about 30 seconds of Raymond Smith to
87.
think about this
Raymond,
56.
you require 56.
He's okay with it. I was looking at him the whole time when Matt was going for that 143. He didn't show any signs of impatience. Double top.
Big dart.
Absolutely.
Game show.
And he's the big man for the occasion.
Smith.
1-all. We're down to best of 5 to see who takes the title.
Delegates Matt to throw first. Game on.
Raymond Smith must break Superman in this match. It's kind of a big ask when you think about it. He has to be the general Zod of this game. He's got to be the bad guy to take out the good guy. If indeed you are a reader of comic books and other paraphernalia in fantasy universes.
57.
He's got something about him, Raymond Smith, that could work in a comic. Big bald head there. Steely eyes.
Or maybe if Matt Clark takes his glasses off,
100.
he'll actually look like Superman.
I think we just need a bit of order there, because one thing about a fantastic crowd, we have been in here a few hours now, it's the one voice syndrome, Paul. I used to hate it. I didn't mind 20 or
140.
30 or 40, 50 people shouting at the same time. Or even in some of the bigger crowds, it's just like a big swarm of bees behind you. But when you can hear 1, 2, it's an absolute nightmare.
I'm not getting anything from either player as to
140.
state discomfort or impatience. I'm loving the bubble that they're both in.
Matt Clark slow, Matt Clark this, Matt Clark that. Matt Clark currently 103.5 average.
100.
That's all that matters.
Matt, you require
He hasn't averaged that
136.
high all week in a completed match. In fact, the only person not to have averaged over 100 all week from our finalists was Jim McEwen, because we saw Adam Mould with a
60.
ton-plus average earlier on tonight. The biggest average of the night was shared by Raymond and Adam, because they both had 101.9. Got to get another.
He's got to get another in a sense
100.
that 76 is not
Matt,
a
you
gimme.
require 76.
76 is a finish that dart players like. And very simply, I'd say to people, 20 is a must, treble 20 is a bonus. Look at the 16s. Just like this double top. He'll once again take his time and do things his own way. Raymond Smith is just behind.
Game show on the
And the last
third
thing that
leg.
Raymond Smith
Matt
wants to hear
Clark.
is game. And that's exactly what he did here. So it's back to the drawing board for Smith. Focus
Full-black, it's
on
Raymond to
winning
throw
your leg of
first.
darts. And start off with a minimum 1 treble visit.
Every time he blocks it by hitting that small 20, for me, he may be better off
60.
going to the 19s, but it's easy for me to say that from the commentary box, but I just get the feeling that there is another level for Raymond to find if he can use the board a little bit more in the way of flexibility. 19s, 18s. He uses the 17s a lot, but that's predominantly with one dart left when that 60 bet is covered. Because as you can see, those darts are very, very upright. And that was a much more inviting guide to get a 140. Case in point.
I always think sometimes when you're in a situation like this where tension, anxiety in your body has to be taken into consideration, that when you're aiming for targets, you have the tendency of going low. It's just your body just telling you something. And in this situation, I've seen myself, whether it's on a TV stage, just going big. Just going just above that treble, and you're thinking, wow, that's gone in like that. I didn't expect it to go there.
What a lovely angle that is to show you how his darts behave in the final third of the arc.
140.
When they're going through the air, they're slowing down as they go to the board, that flight dragging it through the air. And 161 after 9 is a very nice situation when your opponent is a good 237 behind.
It's going all the way, this, Paul, isn't it?
134.
And the best finals always do. A bit like 7 days ago in week 12 of qualifying when John Henderson took out a ton-plus finish against Niall Cullerton, but a 161.
136.
He's going to be aggressive, obviously, and when he gets his shots, it doesn't matter where his opponent is. He's going to go for them.
Very Martin Adams. Interesting with at least a 140 here.
100. Range required 25.
Too much on this 25. He'll keep it simple. All about that big number. Don't ever underestimate hitting that big number.
Game shown the fourth leg.
Makes that second
Raymond Smith.
It's now a best of 5, Paul.
What we have
is
a situation which goes back 50, 60 years in this sport. If you're watching on Sporty Stuff TV, you might have been watching darts for the best part of half a century.
140.
Loving shots like that. But if you cast your mind back to the 1970s and the 1960s, you might remember a tournament called the News of the World. And every single game in that tournament was first to 2 legs.
43.
And that's exactly what we've got. First to 2 legs from here for £10,000. And when we talk about pressure, this is pressure, yes it is. But because they've played all week long,
100.
They are ready for this pressure. They will never be more ready. It's just a question of who is more ready than the other.
And right now, it's Matt Clark taking the full ascendancy in this game. Raymond Smith just showing that sign of distress, which we didn't expect.
125.
Them last 2 darts will feel like gold dust once again. It just gives him an outside chance. But for Matt Clark, 1 treble visit here, and he has a huge advantage. Now, Matt Clark, it's in your hands. It's yours to lose now.
He looks impervious on his own throw. Old school darts from Matt Clark. He's basically telling himself, you can do what you want on your throw, but you're not having mine. 9 darts thrown and 81
60.
left. If he takes it out in 11 or 12 darts here, he's telling Raymond Smith, you're not having my throw unless you hit a 9-darter. Double 12 to be within 1 leg of the crown. That's an 11-darter at this time of the tournament. That's world class wherever you are watching from. Incredible from Superman, and Smith now needs a brace of legs. Otherwise, it's not meant to be for the guru.
And as Paul alluded to there, I couldn't have put it any better. With his darts right now, Matt Clark looks unbeatable. And what you're doing, it's a bit like a penalty shootout in football. You're making the other team, you're going 1-0 up, 2-1 up. You're making 45. Your opponent make mistakes. You're making your opponent score 45. Matt Clark's on a free roll, he will feel, on this leg. It's not the end of the world if I lose it because I have the darts in the final decider. You hear 45 and you think, come on, exactly the same. Give me a couple of trebles.
42.
Doesn't take advantage.
He lost the first game of the night, 4 legs to 3. He might win the last game of the entire thing. 103 games have been completed so far this week. Incredible when you think about it.
54.
We started in late October. It's early February. This is the culmination of that time frame. These guys won't be thinking about that because right now they are so much in the zone. It's all about just playing
100.
in this little concentrated Portsmouth bubble to put their name on the end of our lips forever here at the MODUS Super Series.
He was going backwards in this leg, was Raymond Smith.
180
there. Just when Matt Clark was thinking. As Raymond Smith hit the wall. That 180 is a massive moment. And I tell you what is also interesting. Matt Clark, Hope, has won each of his legs.
54.
With ease. When it's 3 each, I am telling you, that last leg will have everything. It won't be as comfortable because the treble 20 will shrink. You start thinking, you see the finishing line, you're battling with yourself mentally. And Raymond Smith's thinking, how can I start this leg 60-45 and then go 180, 140?
That's mental strength right there. It's the ability to just stand at the back and breathe and start the process and find more fruit. Even with that 134, Matt Clark cannot leave a finish.
82.
So it's 82 to take us the distance.
So it's bullseye first start. And what a dart that is. That's a good feeling for 2 darts at double 16. He likes double 8.
66.
No panic just yet. And what he'll do there is he'll just get himself in order. Sometimes it might be a bit of what he decides not to. For Matt Clark, he will take 30 seconds for these 3 darts.
Just remember a little bit earlier that Raymond did miss a few key doubles in his second
97.
game.
Raymond,
He'll be hoping that doesn't
16.
happen again. It doesn't happen again. And Clark
Raymond Smith
will take us to leg 7. Every leg in this contest has gone with throw. That does not guarantee that this one will. But the way that Clark has performed in this final, when he's thrown first, has been nothing short of miraculous.
12 weeks of darts. 12 winners. 6
41.
Down to the finals night. Down to 4 for the semi-final. And now down to the last leg. If that doesn't sum up the whole thing about MODUS Super Series, nothing does.
It's a marathon, this thing. This is game 1,352 in this series. And it will be the very last leg of it.
What did I say about Matt Clark, who opened at 140, 180, he's regular on his throw. All of a sudden, one treble will feel like gold.
60.
And all of a sudden, you're creeping into treble 7. It takes someone like Raymond Smith now to hit a 140 here.
And he might just do it. You could hear a pin drop in here. Everybody can hear the darts hitting the board. That 140 is one of the best he's hit this week. Maybe the very best of the lot.
I'm just trying to put you into the mind of the players. Matt Clark's now thinking, shake them off. What you panicking for? You're winning your darts.
100.
Raymond Smith now taking the dart. It's now a 3-0-1 game. Nico, what is going on?
He's going to switch. Oh, he's not. I was convinced he was going to go to the 17s because previously in the week, that's what he's been doing. It's a great standard of a final. There you can see 3 180s in this final. And the averages are very, very healthy. But Matt Clark falters.
Raymond, you require 161.
And Raymond Smith has got 6 from here to write his name into MODUS Super Series history.
Finally, I've called something right. I just had the feeling Matt Clark wouldn't have it all his own way after dominating his darts.
65.
And that leaves a 2-dart combination. Matt Clark on 255. There's the breath. He'll feel like it's all away, but you've got one chance, Matt. The biggest 180 of your life right now. And all of a sudden now he's have to go downstairs. Now it's the connotations. If he stays there, he leaves a bogey.
134.
That was a gamble.
Range required 96.
Is the gamble going to pay off, though? Because Raymond Smith has the first shot for the title. He's going to stay straight and go for double 8 and win it! Raymond Smith is the man! The guru thinks his way to the end.